Chapter 1047. The transaction was completed, and everyone was happy. Zichen also successfully took away the two spirit weapons. The princess seemed to have great trust in him. Of course, this was also because the princess was about to leave and return to the Devil's Sack City. Princess, since you're here today, it's not appropriate to go back today. Why don't you stay here for a night and leave tomorrow? Since the transaction is completed, why don't we do a show? Huidi urged her to stay. The princess looked at Huidi. Just now, I noticed that the princess's guards were very unusual. Why don't we let the guards have a little competition and learn from each other? Since the servants have already gone to prepare the food, we can eat together after the competition. Yeah, even if it's a deal, it doesn't matter if it's a day or two. The people from the sword sect also said. All right then. The princess was about to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. She asked, You just said a guard competition. Huidi nodded. Yes, a guard competition. If the princess is willing, we can place a small bet. Of course, if we win, it will be the guards. All right. The princess agreed. During this time, she didn't look at Zichen, nor did she ask for his opinion. Who will go first? The princess asked. Let's start with your guard. You and I will fight, and I will bet a human-level weapon, Huidi said. Seeing that the princess was about to agree, Zichen suddenly said, Wait. Everyone looked at the impolite Zichen. They all thought that this guard was too incompetent. Betting a human-level weapon is too boring. If we want to bet, let's bet a spirit weapon. As soon as Zichen spoke, everyone's expression immediately changed. A spirit weapon was an extremely precious item. No one would be willing to take it out to bet, especially with a guard. Zichen saw the changes in everyone's expression. He looked at Huidi and said, There's no need for a guard to compete with me. You and I will fight, and we will bet a spirit weapon. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. On one hand, they were sighing at the huge stakes this time. On the other hand, they felt that Zichen was overestimating himself. He actually dared to bet with a spirit body, and one that was one level higher than him. Huidi sneered and ridiculed. You want me to use my spirit weapon as a wager? Then what can a mere guard like you use as a wager? Zichen was a straightforward person. He spread his hands and said, Of course I don't have the money to gamble, but my princess does. Just take out 3 pieces of that black stone from before. The moment Zichen's words left his mouth, everyone felt a sense of suffocation and an urge to vomit blood. Black stone? Who dared to say that it was a black stone? Even the indifferent princess was rendered speechless by Zichen's words. Black rock? That's easy for you to say. Do you know what it is? Huidi said coldly. I don't know. I'd like to hear the details. Huidi's face showed a trace of disdain. Idiot, that is the brilliant demon crystal. Only the demon race can produce it, and it is extremely rare. 1 piece of brilliant demon crystal can make a spirit weapon evolve into an earth spirit weapon. How dare you say that it is a black stone? Zichen finally understood the function of the black stone. He was truly shocked by the effect of the brilliant demon crystal. Zichen's expression changed, and Huidi saw it all. He asked with a mocking smile, What? Do you still want to bet after knowing the value of the brilliant demon crystal? Zichen turned around and looked at the princess. Her expression didn't change much. Zichen couldn't tell if she agreed or disagreed, but it didn't matter. He said directly, Yes, why not? The others were in an uproar. Huidi's face also showed a trace of surprise. Obviously, this person was still persisting. If he wasn't a fool, then he was confident. A mid-stage mortal origin realm cultivator naturally wouldn't be a fool. If he dared to bet, then he must be very confident. Moreover, in that instant, the group of spirit bodies guessed that this was the Queen's intentional arrangement. Therefore, he was much more vigilant and careful. In fact, Huidi didn't know that the princess was thinking more than him. She even guessed that Mo Chen's appearance was deliberately arranged by her brothers and sisters to set her up. However, a series of changes occurred in her heart. The princess was still calm. She looked at Zichen and asked, "How are you going to bet?" This sentence obviously meant that he agreed. This made the others even more surprised. They were sure that this was premeditated. 3 attacks. Only defense is allowed, no attack is allowed. Whoever dies will lose. Zichen stared at Huidi. What? Obviously, Zichen's battle rules were completely out of Huidi's expectation. It also surprised the others. This was obviously a battle of life and death. One of us will attack, but we are only allowed to attack 3 times. If the other dies, we lose, Zichen explained again. Huidi's face changed and asked, "What about cultivation level?" "It doesn't matter about cultivation level. Only attack and defense. If you want, I can attack you 3 times. If you die, then I naturally win. If you live, then I lose. If you attack, then it's the same," Zichen explained again. What a strange battle. What a deep scheme. This is to force Huidi to attack. It seems that he is very confident in his defense. The others all had their own thoughts. The princess looked at Zichen. She suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this emotion. Originally, she thought that he was a lucky guy who had extremely pure demon power. But now, it seemed that he had other secrets. "Princess, what do you think?" Huidi's eyes fell on the princess, asking for her opinion. The princess thought for a moment and said, "I have to admit that this is the strangest way of battle I have ever seen. But I am also very curious. If you don't have any opinion, then we can start." "Then you agree, princess?" The princess's hand flashed, and 3 more brilliant demon crystals appeared. She said, "This is the bet." "Okay, let's bet," Huidi shouted. "How do you choose?" Zichen asked. "Boy, don't play tricks in front of me, and don't force me. I naturally choose the attacking side," Huidi said disdainfully. "Well, for 3 attacks, I will only defend." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he urged the blood and chi in his body to form a demon-powered defense on the surface of his body. The crowd dispersed, leaving the battlefield to the 2. Huidi was straightforward. After asking Zichen a question and getting an affirmative answer, he launched an attack. A flaming palm print, exuding blazing heat, fell on Zichen's chest. The flame energy and demon power were entangled and collided. After a breath, the demon power defense was broken, and the attack hit Zichen's chest, sending him flying. Zichen flew a full 5 meters backward, and when he landed, he retreated another 3 meters. The blood and chi in his body boiled, but he forcibly suppressed it and said, "2 more attacks." Around, no one spoke. Being able to block the first attack was naturally within expectations. Huidi snorted and said, "I only use 60% of my strength." Zichen responded, "Then use 100% of your strength next time." The princess stared at Zichen, but Zichen looked very calm. Behind this calmness was a strong confidence that he would win. "Go to hell." Killing intent flashed in Huidi's eyes as he clenched his fist. His entire fist burned with flames. This punch of his tore through space and struck directly at Zichen. Pun! The second magic power armor formed around Zichen was instantly shattered. Powerful forces entered his body and began to destroy Zichen, wanting to kill him. Inside Zichen's body, the perfect body began to exert strength, dispelling the external forces one after another. As he didn't dare expose himself, Zichen held back. Pfft! His body kept retreating until he reached the door. His face flushed red and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, his face turned pale. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned sinisterly. "This is 100% strength. It's nothing much." Everyone was completely moved. Despite being a realm lower than a spirit body, he was still able to withstand 2 strikes. This was truly extraordinary. Just this point alone made their guards far inferior to him. What a strong defense! As expected of the power demon lineage, which is known for its strength. Yes, the power demon lineage has extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, if he was in the late stage of the human origin realm, he might be able to withstand 3 strikes from Huadi. However, with a realm difference, no matter how strong his defense is, he will definitely die under Huadi's 3rd strike. Zichen had blocked 2 of the attacks, but the others were still confident in Huadi. After all, Huadi was a spirit body, an undefeatable and invincible spirit body. With the difference of 1 realm, he could even kill a spirit body, let alone a mere power demon. Blazing heart-piercing fist. Huadi roared and struck out a 3rd strike. The hall was completely filled with flames as an extremely powerful and violent aura appeared. Huadi's fist had completely turned into flames. The flames seemed to have a soul and became extremely terrifying. The flames rose and went straight for Zichen's heart. As the name suggested, it was going to pierce through the heart. Huadi was very confident in this strike. Bang! Before the fist arrived, the demonic armor on Zichen's body exploded. Inside Zichen's body, the golden blood began to circulate. Strands of energy formed a defense inside his body. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Zichen's chest. The endless flames engulfed Zichen. At the same time, the powerful force also sent Zichen flying. Zichen, who was sent flying, heavily smashed into the closed door, triggering the seal there. With a flash of fire, Zichen was once again sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Zichen. They wanted to see if Zichen was still alive. However, the flames were still burning and they couldn't hear Zichen's screams. They couldn't tell if Zichen was still alive or not. This strike will definitely pierce through his heart and destroy his soul. He won't be able to survive. Huadi was very confident in this strike. The princess's calm face revealed a trace of nervousness. She wasn't nervous about winning or losing, but about Zichen. Obviously, this was a demon with great potential. It would be a pity if he died like this. The flames on Zichen's body slowly dissipated, revealing a pitch-black body. It was just that a moment ago, it was the original black of a demon, but now it was charred black. He's dead, right? He's burned like this. Chapter 1048. The charred corpse on the ground moved. Even if it was just a tiny movement of a finger, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. The confident Huadi's face suddenly drained of all color. His pale face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be alive? Why wasn't he dead? Zichen was indeed alive. After the charred corpse twitched a little, it began to move more frequently. The first thing everyone saw was the charred arms slowly supporting itself against the ground. Then, with some strength, the charred corpse began to stand up. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Heavens, this is unbelievable. The horns on his head are gone, but he's still alive. Everyone found it unbelievable as they cried out. The demonic horns on Zichen's head were gone. In fact, he had already revealed his human form, but because of his charred skin, he wasn't completely exposed. These spirit bodies didn't know much about demons, nor did they know the importance of the demonic horns to them. However, Princess knew. At that moment, her mouth was slightly agape and her face was filled with shock. Clearly, this was the first time she had seen a demon who had lost his demonic horns and was still alive. What was even stranger was that there was no blood on his head or body despite his demonic horns being blown away. There was only a mouthful of red blood that had evaporated at some point in time. After Zichen got up, he didn't say a word. Instead, he circulated his perfect power over and over again and began to heal his body. Since he couldn't show his full strength in front of everyone, he was naturally injured. Furthermore, his injuries were very serious, almost life-threatening. Thankfully, the perfect body was extraordinary. As long as he still had a breath, he could preserve his life and allow Zichen to recover at the fastest speed possible. The second mouthful of blood was deliberately spat out by Zichen after he had completely extracted the power of the golden blood. However, just one mouthful took quite a bit of time and effort. Therefore, he didn't have the time to deliberately vomit blood, so he decided not to vomit it. Everyone was completely shocked, so they clearly didn't care about such a small detail. Zichen's injuries were rapidly recovering under the perfect body. At the same time, he looked up at Huidi. Zichen's body was black, but his eyes were bright. He said to Huidi, "I won." Everyone naturally followed Zichen's line of sight and saw Huidi, whose expression was rather ugly. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. However, the gloating in their eyes was the same. Losing a spirit weapon was something that no one could accept. "Huidi, you've lost. You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" The princess suddenly spoke up. Huidi snorted and said, "I, Huidi, am not a sore loser. I admit that I lost, but I don't admit that he won." "What do you mean?" "This is a bet between both parties. He just explained the rules, so it's my turn now. Again, we'll have 3 strikes. If he can kill me, I'll give him 2 soul armaments. If he can't, then we'll forget about it." The princess' expression turned ugly. She scolded, "You're being shameless. This is the second time we've made a bet. When we were gambling, I didn't say that we would only gamble once," Fire Emperor said. Although the others didn't like Huidi's behavior, they could understand. After all, it was a spirit weapon. No one would be willing to give it away for free. Therefore, they all remained silent. Zichen's injuries were almost healed. He suddenly asked, "You have 2 soul armaments on you. One for the trade, and one for myself. Why? Are you willing to gamble with me?" Huidi looked at Zichen in surprise. He had intended to go back on his word, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually say that. "Why wouldn't I want something that's delivered to me for free?" Zichen asked back with a trace of ridicule on his face. "Emo-chan, do you know what you're doing? This is a bet. Do you have the confidence to kill him in 3 strikes? The princess said. Zichen said, "Of course I have the confidence." "Ha!" Huidi laughed. "Good, it's good to have confidence. I'm afraid that you don't even have the confidence. Don't say that I'm bullying you. This time, I'll let you have 2 more strikes so you can have 5 strikes." Zichen's eyes lit up. "You're the one who said that." "Of course. I, Huidi, am a man of my words. If I let you have 5 strikes, then I'll have 5 strikes." The laughing Huidi's smile quickly froze, because Zichen had stepped forward, stretched out his black hand, and slapped him across the face. The crisp sound spread throughout the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was just like Huidi, dumbfounded. Seeing the 4 black fingerprints on Huidi's face, Zichen laughed. "1 strike, 4 strikes left. You!" Huidi's face turned red from anger. He roared at Zichen. "You dare hit me? Why wouldn't I dare? We're betting, but I didn't expect your defense to be so strong. Not only did I not kill you, I didn't even injure you." Facing Zichen's ridicule, Huidi wanted to vomit blood. The surrounding people all smiled, obviously understanding what Zichen was thinking. He just wanted to disgust Huidi. Knowing that he couldn't get the spirit weapon, he just wanted to humiliate him. This method was really shameless. Princess had already guessed Zichen's intention. After all, they were both demons, and she was also very ashamed of Huidi's actions. She immediately said, "Emo-chan, Huidi's defense is still very strong. You have to use more strength." Zichen turned his head and said, "As you command." After saying that, he turned around again, and another slap came down. This time, the slap was even louder. It was as if Zichen had created his own invincible slap technique. Huidi's body spun around 3 times. "Damn it, do you know what you're doing?" The guard beside Huidi shouted, and at the same time, he stepped forward to stop Zichen. "Get lost!" Zichen shouted. "Can't you see that we're betting? Betting? You're obviously insulting him." The guard shouted again. This slap made Huidi dizzy, and he was burning with anger. He had completely lost his mind. Previously, he was still holding up his defense, waiting for Zichen to attack, but the other party was completely humiliating him. He also expected that the other party knew that he couldn't kill him, and wanted to disgust him. Therefore, he gave up his defense, and was completely furious, his eyes spitting fire. But just as he withdrew his defense, Zichen's eyes suddenly had a murderous intent. He clenched his fist and punched out, and a golden light flashed. The two of them were very close. Huidi roared and wanted to question Zichen, but he didn't expect Zichen to suddenly attack. When he reacted, it was already too late. The golden light of the fist drowned Huidi, and a strong force began to attack his body. This attack, other than being terrifying, was even more terrifying because it didn't have the huge pushing force to push his body back. Therefore, Zichen struck out two more lightning-fast attacks. For the first attack, he punched out again, and a strong force came out of his fist, pouring into Huidi's body like a tide, rushing up his soul and down into abdomen. Then, the second attack, which was also the fifth attack, changed Zichen's fist into a claw, and directly broke through Huidi's defense, piercing through his chest, and then pulled out a beating heart. The last three attacks happened as fast as lightning, so fast that it was inconceivable, and so fast that no one could react. By the time the surrounding people cried out, the battle was already over. The golden light dissipated, and Huidi's lifeless body fell to the ground. Bang! Huidi's body fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Only then did the crowd react. Dead, the spirit body Huidi was actually dead, and within the stipulated range, he was killed in 5 attacks. While the crowd was still in shock, Zichen had already taken off Huidi's spirit ring with lightning speed. At the same time, he looked at Huidi's guard with a smile, saying, "I won, this spirit weapon should be mine." Huidi's death, the guard was still in shock. Hearing Zichen's words, he subconsciously wanted to take back the spirit weapon, but he suddenly felt his hand loosening. Then, a huge force landed on his body, and his body involuntarily flew back. Another spirit weapon! Zichen quickly put away the box, and a smile appeared on his face. Around him, the crowd was still in a daze. Huidi was dead, and he was the master of this ancient castle, but now, the master was actually dead. The princess's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was filled with disbelief. Everything was too inconceivable. "What you used just now was not demonic energy. Who are you?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and it was Ba Meng who first recovered from his shock. Only then did the others remember that what killed Huidi was a golden light, and not a pitch-black demonic energy. They all stared at Zichen with unkind eyes. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I killed Huidi within the stipulated range of the bet I won, right?" Zichen's body was still charred black, and at this moment, only 2 rows of white teeth could be seen when he smiled. Zichen was brought here by the princess, and the others' gazes fell on the princess, but they found that the shock and doubt on her face was no less than theirs. Damn it, why is there no spirit weapon? This bastard is lying!" Zichen's angry voice suddenly rang out. He checked Huidi's spirit ring, and there was no spirit weapon inside. The others' gazes towards Zichen became extremely strange, but at this time, Ba Meng turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the dead Huidi. "Courting death!" Zichen shouted, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Ba Meng. Then, the crowd saw a golden figure closely stick to Ba Meng. Then, the golden figure began to flash, and various battle skills were shot out. The speed was so fast that it was almost as dense as raindrops in a storm, and the sound of banging was constantly heard. Ba Meng was tightly stuck, and facing the storm-like attacks, he could only passively defend, and could not take the initiative to attack. At the same time, his body was constantly retreating, but no matter how he retreated, he could not avoid the golden figure. "Damn it, this is a close combat skill, you're an ancient race." These were the last words that Ba Meng said after his life was threatened, and he exploded with all his strength. After that, he spent the rest of his life being chased by Zichen. Zichen's every punch, every kick, and every finger was used to the extreme, and it was enough to injure Ba Meng, but not enough to send him flying. Every time he lost control, Zichen would gently pull him back. Chapter 1049. Golden light flickered and flickered. A powerful aura surged in the hall. This power made everyone's expression change in fear. After circling the hall with a combo, Domineering's injuries finally reached their limits. His body was fractured in many places and blood was gushing out of his body. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Pun! In the end, Domineering's body exploded and his soul was obliterated. Another spirit body died, and it was from a powerful blow. His body exploded and blood rained down. Flesh splattered everywhere. A pair of black finger gloves fell in front of Zichen. The finger gloves weren't stained with blood. Black light lingered around them and they looked quite extraordinary. Zichen reacted quickly and put them away without a word. If it weren't for the finger gloves, Domineering wouldn't have been able to last a round in the hall against Zichen's sudden full-force combo. One had to know that in this round, Zichen had attacked more than 1,000 times, which was equivalent to Domineering defending more than 1,000 times. Ba Meng had been able to block over 1,000 of Zichen's attacks when he hadn't been on guard. If he had been on guard, Zichen wouldn't have been able to kill him in such a short period of time. All of this was because of the severed finger glove. If Zichen's guess wasn't wrong, the severed finger glove was Ba Meng's spirit weapon. Zichen could sense that the spirit in them was extremely special. Furthermore, they were much more precious than sword-type spirit weapons. To Zichen, the finger gloves were extremely suitable for him. Therefore, he happily put on the finger gloves. Although he hadn't refined them yet, Zichen could still feel a force fusing into his hands. "You're not a demon. You're an ancient. You have a perfect body." A loud cry sounded. In the surroundings, only the Sword Grandmaster, Sha-Qi, and the princess were left. The 4 guards had already retreated far away, their faces full of shock. Sha-Qi had been hiding in the dark when Ba Meng died. At the same time, Zichen felt that the hall was filled with a murderous intent, and this murderous intent had already locked onto him. It seemed that Sha-Qi, who was hiding in the dark, could attack at any time. The sword sex spirit body stood in front of Zichen and stared at Zichen with a cold gaze. The long sword on his back began to glow as sword will was transmitted from the scabbard. He was ready for battle. What happened today was completely out of his expectations. 2 great spiritual bodies were plotted against by a mere guard and killed. "You're not from the demon clan, you're a human." At that moment, the princess spoke up. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Zichen. "I should have realized earlier that there was something wrong with you. You don't know anything about the devil race, you don't recognize Wanling, and you don't even know about the brilliant devil crystal," the princess said again, her expression both shocked and angry. She was naturally shocked that Zichen was actually a human and had even fooled her. She was angry that the 2 soul weapons she had just exchanged were still on him. "It's common knowledge that the perfect physique can change one's appearance, but I didn't expect it to be able to turn into a devil and even evolve demonic power. You should be an ancient perfect physique," said the sword sex spirit body. "Only an ancient perfect physique can do this. The perfect physique is on the ancient road of the ancient race. How can it be here?" "He's not a perfect physique," said the princess with certainty. A perfect physique referred to a human. This was also an existence that had killed a spiritual body and had a reputation. It was natural for others to know about it. "If he's not a perfect physique, is there a second perfect physique in the world?" The sword sect spirit body frowned. "Emochin Zichen? He must be Zichen." The princess stared at Zichen with great certainty. However, upon hearing this name, the sword sect spirit body's expression changed drastically as he looked ahead in shock. Zichen. This was practically a taboo name. For many years, it was the first name that had humiliated a spiritual body. Furthermore, it was an existence that had continued to humiliate the spiritual body after it had been humiliated. Zichen? That's impossible. He has already died in Lightning Divine Palace. After recovering from his shock, the sword sex spirit body quickly thought of this problem. "You know Zichen? He's still alive. A few days ago, he even killed a genius of our power demon clan and escaped from the hands of an earthly origin realm expert." The 2 of them exchanged words and actually managed to guess Zichen's identity. Zichen laughed out loud as his body flashed with golden lightning. In the next moment, his pitch-black body returned to normal as he regained his human appearance. Dressed in black, he had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. He was rather compatible with the princess, who was dressed in tight-fitting black clothes. "It's really you, Zichen. Even lightning divine palace failed to kill you." The sword sex spirit body's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. As for the other 4 guards, they were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Zichen. They, who had already retreated to a corner of the hall and were on the verge of fleeing. Their reaction after hearing Zichen's name was completely out of the princess's expectations. This was because she didn't know Zichen before. She had only heard of him recently after learning that Amofin was dead. She didn't know much about Zichen either. She only remembered his name because she felt that he was extraordinary. However, it seemed that this name had an extraordinary origin and identity. After all, she had chatted with Huadi and the others back then. They had talked about the experts among humans, and naturally, they were all spiritual bodies. There were also some existences that were comparable to spiritual bodies. Among them, there were ancient race perfect bodies, but there wasn't the name Zichen. Furthermore, back then, none of the spiritual bodies had mentioned Zichen. But today, the spiritual body's expression changed at the mention of Zichen. If the princess still couldn't tell that Zichen was extraordinary, she would be a real fool. Of course, the princess didn't know the history of Zichen's fame. If she knew, she would be able to guess why the spiritual body didn't mention Zichen. Firstly, it believed that Zichen was dead. Secondly, it was because Zichen's rise was achieved by stepping on the spiritual body's head. No one would talk about such humiliation all day long. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, Zichen swaggered towards the dead Huadi. If he wasn't wrong, Huadi's soul weapon should be in his body. Pun. Huadi's body exploded into ashes, revealing a palm-sized sword. "It's indeed here." Zichen chuckled and bent down to pick up the small sword. No one dared to step forward. A sword beam suddenly tore through space and stabbed at the back of Zichen's head. Only when the sword beam arrived did boundless killing intent sweep through the hall. Sha 7 decisively seized the opportunity to kill Zichen in one strike. However, he didn't notice that when he bent down, Zichen's expression had already changed. Pfft! The sword beam pierced through the back of Zichen's head. Sha 7 felt like he had stabbed into a corporeal body. There were already dark red bloodstains on the tip of his sword. However, he felt that the area in front of the tip of his sword suddenly became empty. Zichen was still there, but he seemed to have turned into an illusion. Just as he realized that something was amiss and was about to retreat, he felt his vision darken. A brick-like object emitted a sonorous sword hum as it rapidly slapped at his face. Pun! The miniaturized sword steel was held in Zichen's hand and hit Sha 7's face. Half of his cheek was directly smashed in, and blood splattered everywhere. Similarly, such a powerful blow also severely injured Sha 7 and sent him flying backward. However, before Zichen could chase after him, a loud sword hum sounded throughout the hall again. A sword beam like a waterfall appeared from a few meters away and went straight for Zichen's back. It was the sword master's spiritual body. Because he knew how powerful Zichen was, he decisively chose this moment to launch a sneak attack. Boom! Beside Zichen, there was an explosion. A second sword steel appeared in front of him, blocking the sneak attack of the sword chi. Kill him, or we'll be the ones to die!" the sword master's spiritual body yelled. The long sword in his hand emitted a dragon's roar. Sword chi that made Zichen feel extremely dangerous appeared one after another, and attacked him. In the 4 corners, the 4 guards all attacked when they heard this. Although they were guards, they were also in the late stage of the human origin realm, and their combat ability was comparable to that of a higher heaven realm warrior. Now that they joined forces to attack, they formed a formidable force. 9 levels formation! Zichen yelled. More sword steels appeared around him. 4 of them formed a defense, and the other 4 became attacks. They flew in 4 directions. The sword's steel went straight for Jianzhong's spiritual body like a wall. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, and the sound of explosions kept ringing out. The sword master's spiritual body slashed at the sword's steel, but it only made sparks. He naturally recognized that it was the treasure of his sword master's spiritual body. His expression changed drastically, and he dodged to the side. Pun! The sword's steel went straight and hit his guard. The guard's body instantly exploded. At the same time, the other two sword steels also destroyed two guards. Another sword steel directly knocked Sha 7 out. He was already severely injured, and he kept vomiting blood. Boom! In the hall, the spiritual chi suddenly became violent. Sha 7's injuries had reached the limit. He activated the spiritual body's special magic to recover. Open! Zichen yelled. He controlled the sword steel with his spiritual thoughts, and smashed it at the place where the spiritual chi gathered. With a loud bang, the entire castle began to tremble. The place where the spiritual chi gathered was smashed by the sword steel. Sha 7's body fell down. He had been smashed to death. The assassin who was known as the 7th ranked had died so sullenly. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that Zichen was too strong. In addition, with the yin-yang eyes, his every move was seen by Zichen. It was reasonable that Sha 7 died. Princess, hurry up and do something, or he'll kill everyone. Sha 7 was dead, and only the sword master's spiritual body was left. He hurriedly shouted for help. The princess was more and more surprised, but she didn't intend to do anything. Instead, she took 2 steps back, as if to say, "It's none of my business." The 4th guard died under the sword steel. The 8 sword steels returned, and only Zichen and the sword master's spiritual body were left to fight. One had a soul spiritual weapon, and the other had 8 sword steels. Naturally, another fierce battle followed. The battle was very fierce. The two used all their skills in an instant. While the battle was fierce, it also indicated that the battle would be over when all the skills were used. In the end, the sword steel won. Zichen won and destroyed the sword master's spiritual body. Chapter 1050. There was a sword mark on the back of Zichen's head, which had almost pierced through his skull. Blood flowed down his hair. This was the result of Sha Qi's sneak attack. Although Zichen had already discovered the opponent's intention, he was still injured by the fierce attack. At this moment, he coldly looked at the princess. In the entire hall, only the 2 of them were alive. The princess looked surprised, but her expression was still calm. She quietly watched Zichen put away the spirit weapon, and then gave him a cold, murderous look. She was not afraid, and instead asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to return my spirit weapon?" "What spirit weapon?" Zichen asked, and then he walked step by step towards the princess. "You want to act shamelessly too?" the princess asked again. Zichen threatened. "Do you want your life or your things?" The princess did not hesitate and answered decisively. "Of course I want your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a black light flashed, and she had already kicked out at Zichen. Her straight and smooth jade-like leg ruthlessly kicked at Zichen with unimaginable power, causing the space to howl. "Pun!" Zichen raised his hand and blocked in front of him. His palm came into contact with the jade-like leg, neutralizing the huge force. The princess turned around and swept her other leg towards Zichen. This time, she actually aimed for Zichen's lower body. Her attack was vicious and ruthless. Zichen raised his foot to block, and there was another rumbling sound. The space rippled, and the 2 figures swayed as they both retreated. The princess shouted and swept her palm towards Zichen's face. At this moment, she was also using a close combat technique. However, compared to Zichen's close combat techniques, the princess' technique was more elegant, and she even maintained some distance from Zichen. This was probably a close combat technique specially designed for women. When there was no physical contact between the two, it could still be used to great effect. Zichen countered every move and kept blocking. At the same time, he wanted to dash forward and fight the princess in close combat, but every time he got close, he would be pushed away by an unknown force. The princess' true combat strength was not any weaker than the spirit body, especially in close combat. Once the spirit body was closed in, it would not end well. In the hall, the sound of metal and black energy continuously scattered in all directions. The crisp sound of jade breaking could be heard in the hall. Pa! Zichen raised his hand and grabbed the princess' jade-like arm. In the next moment, a surge of power came from her arm, knocking Zichen away. Zichen's right hand was like a golden snake, coiling around the princess's arm in an attempt to restrain her. Shameless! The princess roared angrily. The power in her arm vibrated, and after shaking off Zichen once again, she pulled back, her movements graceful and agile. Swish! 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 The two's figures kept changing. During this time, various close combat techniques were used. The golden and black light flickered and flickered from time to time. Originally, it was Zichen who was beaten back, but after Zichen's close combat combo, it was the princess who retreated and Zichen who advanced. A close combat combo had to be close, so when Zichen advanced, the princess slashed and attacked. At the same time, she retreated, increasing the distance between her and Zichen. At first glance, the two's fighting style looked as if Zichen was trying to use force, while the princess kept resisting and forcing him back. Feeling that Zichen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, the princess's expression changed. She collided with Zichen, and then used the momentum to retreat. However, she suddenly found that her ankle was grabbed by Zichen, and Zichen was smiling coldly at her. Shameless! The princess's body spun in the air, and then she launched dozens of kicks at Zichen. Zichen's hands were constantly moving, sometimes passing through the many illusions and grabbing the princess's ankle. Seeing that her feet were about to be grabbed by Zichen, the princess felt helpless. She formed a hand seal, and a black light flashed as a sharp technique attack appeared, slashing towards Zichen's face. Zichen's hands turned into a golden light, blocking this attack. The princess used the momentum to retreat, distancing herself from Zichen. At the same time, she was afraid that Zichen would come close, so she was on guard. The two of them had only fought for a few minutes, but the princess was already covered in sweat. The battle had been too intense, and she could not afford to be careless. If she made a mistake, she would either be at a disadvantage or be captured. The princess stared at Zichen, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her chest heaved up and down. She believed that her close combat skills could be ranked at the top among her siblings, and she had always been proud of it. However, after fighting with Zichen today, she realized that there was always someone better out there. Zichen did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the distance, coldly looking at the princess. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his heart was naturally filled with killing intent. However, his perfect spiritual sense also detected an unusual atmosphere, so Zichen did not dare to kill her. The two of them did not speak, and both fell into silence. On the other hand, the strong one, Zichen, looked a little hesitant, and was not as decisive as before. Looking at the weak side, the princess seemed to be very confident. If you don't attack, how about we make a deal? Suddenly the princess spoke, her voice as cold as before. A deal? What kind of deal? Zichen asked. With one question and one answer, the princess had already taken the initiative, and Zichen was in a passive position. A ball of black light appeared in the princess' hand, and within it was a stone. She raised the black stone in her hand and said, "Give me those 2 spirit weapons, and I'll give you 1 brilliant devil crystal." Zichen's face was filled with disdain, and he mocked. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Previously you used 3 brilliant devil crystals to exchange for 1 spirit weapon, and now you want to use 1 to exchange for 2 of my spirit weapons?" The princess looked at Zichen and calmly said, "Those 2 spirit weapons were mine to begin with. Am I wrong?" Zichen was stunned, but he could not say anything. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his cold face. Along the way, although he had killed and robbed many people, This was the first time he had robbed a woman. Moreover, this was not a simple robbery, but more like reneging on a debt. Seeing the flash of awkwardness on Zichen's face, the princess' lips curled into a faint smile. She's a demon, not a woman. She's an enemy of humanity. By robbing her, you're actually helping humanity. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Zichen began to find excuses for himself. Just as he was about to be convinced by himself, he suddenly remembered that when he was bullied by those forces, didn't they also find high-sounding excuses? And now, he was robbing a woman's things, and he was still trying to find excuses for himself. Wasn't this the same situation as them? Damn it, Zichen, only do things according to my heart. Suddenly, the awkwardness on Zichen's face disappeared, and his expression became cold again. Just when the princess thought he was going to kill her, or attack her again, or even bargain, she saw Zichen actually take out the 2 spirit weapons from before and throw them to her without hesitation. This is yours. Take it, Zichen said coldly. The princess subconsciously took the box. When she looked at Zichen again, her gaze had become extremely complicated. There was surprise, doubt, and even admiration. Although you're a demon, you're also a woman. I don't want to kill you for no reason. I've given you the thing, and you've taken me out of Demon Sex City. From now on, we don't know each other anything. With that, Zichen lifted his foot and was about to leave. Wait. The princess suddenly spoke. Zichen turned his head and said coldly, You still have something to do. The princess smiled and said, I just said that I want to make a deal with you. Naturally, I have to keep my word. This thing is yours. The princess raised the brilliant devil crystal in her hand again. No need. Keep it for yourself. Zichen waved his hand and strode away. The princess didn't urge him to stay. Instead, she said indifferently, The brilliant devil crystal is divided into 3 grades in the demon race. They are the common grade, the best grade, and the saint grade. The one we just traded was the best grade. 3 for 1 spirit weapon, and the best grade has a 70% chance of transforming a spirit weapon. And the one in my hand is known as the saint grade. There aren't many of them in the demon race. The chances of it transforming a spirit weapon is 100%. Ahead, Zichen had already stopped. He turned around and carefully examined the brilliant devil crystal in the princess' hand. Sure enough, he found that it was different from the previous one. An awkward look appeared on his face upon seeing this. After all, he had thought that the other party was deliberately trying to extort him, and he had even generously offered the items he wanted. However, who would have thought that the other party was genuinely interested in making a deal with him, and had actually offered him saint-grade brilliant devil crystals? The princess chuckled and threw the brilliant devil crystal to Zichen. Because the saint-grade brilliant devil crystal was too precious, Zichen subconsciously caught it. You know what's good for you. I'll spare your life today. In order to hide the embarrassment in his heart, Zichen left behind a ruthless sentence, then turned around and left. Zichen blasted open the castle's gate, shattering the restrictions. Then, Zichen walked out of the castle's main hall. As soon as he left, the space beside the princess began to distort. Then, a devil wrapped in a black robe walked out of it. Your Highness, why did you let him go? As soon as the devil appeared, he asked in confusion. You wanted to kill him. He had killing intent in his heart before, wanting to kill your Highness. Moreover, he killed many of our devil race. This kind of person has great potential and will definitely be a great enemy of our devil race in the future. We should take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him. The devil was puzzled. Your Highness, why didn't you kill him? Why did you give him the saint-grade brilliant devil crystal? Killing him would be easy, but wouldn't that mean we would lose a friend? Today, he killed the 4 great spirits, not just for the sake of the soul weapons, but also because of a grudge. You also said that his potential is very high, so wouldn't it be better for him to help us fight against those clans? Also, although he is a human, I have to say that his character is really good. Just the fact that he was able to give us 2 soul weapons means that he is much stronger than the others. Those things originally belonged to your highness. It's only right for him to give them to your highness. But the item is with him, so it belongs to him. However, it's not that easy to take my Saint-grade demon brilliance crystal. Go back and investigate Zichen's background. If there's a need, go and inform those families that Zichen killed their spiritual bodies. Since the spirits are dead, I don't think they will sit still and wait for death. Indeed, it's better to let them bite each other, said the devil. Chapter 1051. Zichen thought he was being merciful by sparing the princess's life, but he didn't know that the princess was protected by an Earth Origin realm expert. To be more precise, the princess let him go. Walking out of the castle, he saw the 4 demons waiting outside. They also saw him and were startled, but they didn't say anything. Zichen's expression changed, but he didn't kill them in the end. However, just as he was about to leave, Zichen turned around and looked at the flaming castle again. It was huge, imposing, and majestic. Zichen's eyes began to flicker with a strange light. What is he doing? The 4 demons were waiting outside with nothing to do. Suddenly, they saw the human who just came out and started to run around the castle at high speed. Each of them had a strange expression. While Zichen was running, a golden light would occasionally shoot out from between his fingers and land somewhere on the ground. It looks like he's trying to break the array. But is he crazy? Why is he trying to break the air-sealing domain here? Isn't he a guest in the castle? Why is he trying to break the array? Is he venting his anger because the deal failed? The 4 demons were very puzzled and also very puzzled. Breaking the air-sealing domain wasn't difficult for Zichen at all. It didn't take him much effort to break the array. In the next moment, he flew above the castle and took out the purple gold gourd. The mouth of the gourd pointed down, aiming at the flaming castle. Just as the 4 demons were stunned, an illusory light sprinkled from the mouth of the gourd, covering the entire castle. Then, a strong suction force appeared, and the castle began to tremble. Heavens, he's trying to take the castle by force. Who is he? Is he really crazy? He's even trying to take the castle away. Her Highness is still inside. If he takes the castle away, what will happen to Her Highness? Just as the 4 of them were shouting, 2 more people flew out of the castle. It was the princess and Emoing. When the 2 came out, the 4 demons hurriedly bowed. At the same time, one of them pointed at Zichen and said, Your Highness, look over there. Someone is crazy. The 2 of them looked up and saw Zichen in the air. Their expressions immediately changed. How much hatred does Zichen have for the Hua family? Not only did he kill someone, he even wants to take away the blazing flame castle. The princess's beautiful eyes flashed. Even the demon shadow found it inconceivable. The psychedelic light finally completely covered the entire castle. Some of the odd job workers in the castle were sealed by the psychedelic light before they could rush out of the castle due to their slow reactions. Keep! Amidst the loud shout, the ancient castle trembled violently and then rose up from the ground. Rumbling sounds came from the ground as the ancient castle rose up bit by bit until it was completely collected. Your Highness, he took away the ancient castle. What about the people inside? A demon asked in shock. Dead, they're all dead. When the 4 of them heard this, their expressions were almost petrified. This was because they knew what kind of people were trading with their Highness. They were all at the spirit body level. After Zichen took away the ancient castle, he lowered his head and glanced at the princess. When he saw the demon's shadow, his pupils shrank and he quickly left. Let's go too, the princess said indifferently after Zichen left. The other 4 demons wanted to ask Emochin, but when they thought about how the spirit body was dead, they knew that Emochin wouldn't be alive either. Thus, they tactfully kept quiet. There was a palace in the Devil Sex City specially for the princess. After she returned, she sent people to inquire about Zichen. Soon, the information about Zichen was sent over. When she saw the battle record, she was shocked. Other than his magnificent battle record, the number of enemies Zichen had greatly exceeded the princess's expectations. Other than the ancient race, he had offended all the major powers in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, he had the heavenly book that humans yearned for even in their dreams. This Zichen is really not ordinary. The princess's eyes flashed with a strange light. On the second day, the news of the spirit body being killed spread again. This time, it was accompanied by the appearance of Zichen. The Hua clan, the tyrant body, the Sha clan, and the sword sect. 4 spirit bodies were killed by Zichen. This was extremely explosive news. Just as the major powers were furious, the Hua clan was even more furious. Not only did their spirit body die, but even the ancient castle was taken away by Zichen. This was a great humiliation to the Hua clan. Furthermore, in these years, several spirit bodies had died. Now, a spirit body with the potential to reach the Earth origin realm had died. This made them feel incomparably sad and heartbroken. Find Zichen and kill Zichen. This blood debt must be paid with blood. The major families were completely enraged. They were determined to find Zichen and kill Zichen. The battle with the demon clan is so intense, but Zichen still killed humans. He deserves to die. We must not let him go. More and more people began to look for Zichen. They wanted to kill him. After knowing that Zichen had established a force in the barbarian land, the major powers were even more furious. They threatened to uproot this force. Send people to destroy this force immediately. All kinds of voices came from the major families. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. That place has been completely occupied by the demon clan. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid that the demon clan will misunderstand and start a war with us. This is not appropriate. We're fighting across the continent. There's still the demon clan between us. We'll be at a disadvantage. Sober voices came from the major families. Not everyone was blinded by anger. Why do we need to send an army to destroy a mere force? Send Earth Origin Realm warriors to kill Zichen directly. Sending Earth Origin Realm warriors? This is not good. If this news spreads, it will damage our reputation. Reputation? Even the astral body was killed. This Zichen and his force deserve to die. Don't hesitate. Kill them. While Zichen was rushing towards the barbarian land, he did not know that the major powers were completely enraged. They sent Earth Origin Realm warriors to destroy the Boundless sect, regardless of their cultivation level or status. After constantly changing his appearance and identity, Zichen finally arrived at the southern region after several days of traveling and teleporting. The first place he arrived was the Chaotic Lands. This place was like a giant transit station that led to all kinds of places. But when Zichen arrived again, this place was no longer under the control of humans. The sky was filled with pitch-black demonic chi. Occasionally, he could see demonic shadows flashing by. This was the world of the demon clan. The demon clan has really taken over this place. Along the way, Zichen occasionally saw some humans, but they were undoubtedly slaves. During this time, the miners in the mines were all humans. It was as if everything had returned to 200 years ago. Back then, the miners in the mines were also humans. They had no human rights and were regarded as ants by other experts. The only difference was that they were now controlled by the demon clan instead of the humans. Zichen flew through the air. Wherever he passed, regardless of whether they were humans or demons, they would hastily avoid him after sensing his powerful aura. Zichen once again arrived at the market he entered when he first came to the Chaotic Lands. Back then, he came here to exchange for keystones. This market belonged to the Shangguan clan. At that time, a series of events happened in the market. Some people thought that he was an alien. Who would have thought that after so many years, the alien race would really invade this place and successfully occupy it? The market was as lively as ever. There were both humans and demons. It seemed that after 50 years of control, everyone had gotten used to the existence of the demon clan. In the market, business was as usual. And this was also the first time Zichen saw a flying demon. In addition to humans, there were also demons selling some things, such as shiny black magic crystals and demon weapons. When humans were interested in buying them, Both sides would haggle over the price, arguing until their faces turned red, but they didn't fight over it. Obviously, even in this market controlled by demons, there were rules. Ta. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded. Many people were walking at high speed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by a group of demons. Those are the enforcers of the demon clan. Why are they surrounding that young man? There are rules in the market. Could it be that the young man has violated some rules? The humans in the distance looked over and discussed animatedly. Zichen swept his eyes across the group of demons and coldly said, "You have business with me. We would like to invite you to the center of our demon clan." A human origin realm demon walked out from the group of demons. This was the only human origin realm demon present, and also the first one Zichen had met since he arrived here. Not interested. Get out of my way. Zichen's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He waved his sleeve and a strong hurricane appeared. As the hurricane surged, the demons surrounding him were blown away. Even the human origin realm demon leading them was blown several miles away. "If you dare to follow me again, I will kill you without mercy." Zichen finished his words and left the market. The humans here had gotten used to the rule of the demon clan, and had lost all will to fight. Even if Zichen killed the demon, there would soon be a new one to rule this place. The demon clan was endless, and he couldn't stay here forever. So he could only let nature take its course. After Zichen left, all the humans and demons in the market were in a state of shock and horror. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful human. The demon clan's troops were arranged according to the local situation. In the chaotic lands, there were no more than 20 human origin realm warriors in the outside world. There was only one Earth origin realm warrior guarding this place, and he had never fought before. The first time he fought was when he stepped into the heavenly barbarian pavilion, which was known as the Forbidden Area. He was severely injured and was still recovering. He actually went to the Forbidden Area. Heavens, the Forbidden Area even injured an Earth origin realm warrior, and he still dares to go there. A group of demons followed Zichen from afar. When they saw Zichen enter the Forbidden Area, it caused an uproar. The Forbidden Area used to be the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, but it was set up by LV Peng. However, Zichen had the token, so he wasn't afraid. Many parts of the Forbidden Area were damaged. Obviously, someone had broken it with great force. There were dried blood stains on the ground and some demon corpses. Chapter 1052. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared in the Wuji sect. However, what greeted him was not a wave of cheers, but a storm of attacks. These attacks were sharp, powerful, and terrifying. Even Zichen felt threatened. It was unrealistic to block them with the power of the perfect body because these attacks were prepared for the Earth origin realm. If Zichen used his body to block them, he would be turned into a sieve. With a rumble, sword steels appeared beside him. There were a total of 8 sword steels, blocking in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All kinds of whistling attacks landed on the sword steels, making clanging sounds. Many of the attacks were blocked. This guy used a magic treasure to block the attacks. Demon ape, you do it. Don't be polite. Just kill him. After the first round of attacks, before the energy dissipated, a loud shout sounded. Zichen was very familiar with this voice. It was Wang Shan, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Zichen had always thought that he had died on the ancient road. He didn't expect him to still be alive. As soon as Wang Shan finished speaking, a black light lingered in the sky. A huge black staff flashed with all kinds of runes and fell from the sky, smashing towards Zichen. The black staff was stronger than before. It had reached the level of a top soul weapon. It had a terrifying power. Zichen raised his head. The battle intent around him rose. Power surged in his hands. At the same time, the broken finger glove appeared. An extremely terrifying aura emerged. Zichen raised his palms as if he was raising the sky and struck towards the black staff. Pun! The void shook. Then, a turbulent force spread in all directions. The black staff was sent flying by Zichen's powerful attack. However, just as the black staff flew away, a sharp sword intent appeared between heaven and earth. It was a towering stone sword. It fell from the sky and stabbed towards Zichen's head. This was Zhang Haotian's stone sword. However, he knew that his opponent was in the Earth Origin realm, so he didn't control it himself. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to kill the enemy. This was another soul weapon that wasn't weaker than a top weapon. Zichen had no choice. He clenched his fist again and struck out. A golden light soared into the sky. The powerful force produced a violent collision, and the stone sword was sent flying. This bastard's strength is indeed terrifying. Everyone, don't stop. Attack him with all kinds of attacks. Wang Shan's voice once again sounded out, following which the human-grade soldiers gave off powerful auras as they slashed towards Zichen. However, with the sword steel, these attacks could not threaten Zichen. Sis, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and attack! Wang Shan shouted again. Wang Xian'er was with Su Mengyao and the rest. When they heard this, they subconsciously looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao cultivated the ethereal inaction Dao and knew how to predict. Therefore, she naturally became the leader of the four girls, even though her actual age was 1 or 2 years younger than Wang Xian'er. Su Mingyao's calm face suddenly changes. She opens her eyes and says, "It's time for revenge." The other three didn't find the strangeness in Su Mingyao's words. They all launched powerful attacks from a distance. At the same time, the heavenly flying tiger also roared, and a huge shadow of a heavenly tiger appeared, directly rushing towards the transmission array that was covered in energy. As for Longhu and Mei Long, they did not attack. Their faces were filled with strange expressions. Rumble! Various energy attacks sounded out continuously, followed by Wang Shan's roar of command. No, we can't hold on any longer. LV Pun, you go! Wang Shan shouted. All directional nirvana! LV Pun, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted. Array flags appeared in the sky one after another. The runes on the flags were flashing, emitting various brilliant lights. He could fight on a small scale, but Zichen was not willing to be killed. Just as the array was about to merge, Zichen shouted. Stop, it's me! It was Zichen's voice. Everyone was very familiar with it, and they were all stunned. What a cunning demon! How dare he imitate my brother-in-law's voice? Everyone, don't stop, this is a conspiracy. Let's quickly form the array and kill him! Wang Shan's voice sounded again. Wang Shan, I think you're the one who should be killed! Zichen said angrily. He could feel that the array below was different from before. It could merge with the array flags above to form a killing array. It should be prepared for the Earth Origin Realm demons. This demon even knows young master's name! Wang Shan exclaimed in surprise. But right after that, a surge of energy struck Wang Shan, knocking him to the ground. Sister, what are you doing? Wang Shan looked at Wang Xian'er unhappily. Wang Xian'er snorted. Who do you think you are? Wang Shan was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said in surprise, Could it really be my brother-in-law? All kinds of energy dissipated, and the teleportation array was revealed. Zichen stood there, and not far away was Su Mengyao, who was smiling, and the rest of the excited crowd. Brother-in-law, it's really you! Wang Shan jumped up. Zichen put on a serious face and pretended to be angry. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Wang Shan quickly smiled. Zichen, how could it be you? We thought it was the Earth Origin Realm demons who broke in. LV Ping and the rest walked forward. There's no one there, and there are bloodstains on the ground. I think the Earth Origin Realm demon must have been injured. I've repaired some of the damaged arrays, but there are still some that can't be repaired. Go and fix them again, Zichen said. Okay, I'll go now. Zichen nodded. They couldn't really face the Earth Origin Realm demon, so it was better to do it as soon as possible. After that, the rest of the people gathered around and hugged each other. In the Wuji Palace, everyone gathered again. All the higher-ups of the Wuji sect were present, including Old Gui and Old Man Ming Qing. Zichen's return and the breakthrough in his strength made everyone happy. It was as if the Wuji sect had found its backbone again. He Feng and the rest fought to tell them about the development of the Wuji sect in the past 50 years. It had to be said that the development of the Wuji sect was positive. Plus, the higher-ups were united, so there wasn't any infighting. Of course, the competition between the different factions was inevitable. During this period, everyone was divided into a faction. For example, LV Ping was in charge of arrays, and he led a group of people who knew about arrays. Qin Xing and Qin He were in charge of alchemy, and there were other factions. What they said was all good. In the past 50 years, the number of disciples in the sect had increased, and because the spiritual qi in the barbarian land had become denser, the number of geniuses had gradually increased. After everyone finished their reports, Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Qin Xing stepped forward and said respectfully to Zichen, "Sect leader, there are now more than 30 human origin realm cultivators in the Wuji sect, and we've successfully developed the human origin pill. It has the same effect as the human origin fruit. As long as someone reaches a certain level, they can take it and break through." When Zichen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. "What? It has the same effect as the human origin fruit?" Qin Xing nodded and said, "That's right. We discovered the human origin fruit in the barbarian land. After some research, we developed the human origin pill. Senior Cauldron Spirit clearly told us that the effect of the human origin pill is exactly the same as the human origin fruit. It is said that when the pill was formed, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation." Zichen frowned slightly. He guessed that the origin of the transformation should be the invasion of the demon race, which caused the transformation of the heavens and earth. However, this was a good thing. It proved that the Wuji sect could continuously nurture human origin realm cultivators. After Qin Xing finished his report, Su Mengyao stepped forward. Zichen asked puzzledly, "Mengyao, what are you doing?" Su Mengyao saluted Zichen and said, "Reporting to Sect Master, in recent years, we have been in contact with the Floating Mist sect and have received their full support. The current Grand Elder of the Floating Mist sect has declared that if the Wuji sect is in trouble, he will lend a helping hand." Seeing Su Mingyao's serious expression, Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Shang Guanyue followed suit. "Reporting to Sect Master, the Moonlight Pavilion has also said that they will fully support us." While speaking, Shang Guanyue winked at Zichen and said, "The Moonlight Pavilion has an earthly origin realm cultivator." These words greatly surprised Zichen. One must know that the Moonlight Pavilion's foundation was on par with the Tsunli clan and the other clans. However, those clans had already been annihilated by Zichen. Yet, the Moonlight Pavilion still had an earthly origin realm cultivator. This was somewhat inconceivable. Seeing Zichen's expression, Shang Guanyue wittily said, "Sect Master Zichen, do you not believe me? Then what if I tell you that the Moonlight Pavilion has a close relationship with one of the 4 royal clans, the Moon Clan? Would that make sense?" Zichen was relieved. The 4 royal clans were the true masters of the martial heaven continent. Even if they had completely declined, it was normal for them to have some secrets. A few hours later, Lu Ping returned. He said that the formation had mostly been repaired. However, it would take quite a bit of time to fully repair it. Furthermore, Lu Ping had decided to further improve the formation, turning it into a true danger zone. That night, there should have been a celebration, but there was no celebration. Zichen was worried about the Thunder Clan. "What? You brought the Thunder Clan?" Wang Qiong was startled. Lu Ping and the others were also present. Zichen nodded. "Yes, the Thunder Clan's people are in the Violet Gold Gourd. However, I haven't thought of where to place them. Brother-in-law, do you even need to think about that? Of course it's for the Thunder Clan to join the Everlasting Sect," said Wang Shan excitedly. Wang Shan said excitedly, "Think about it. Right now, our everlasting sect already has body, sword, artifact, pill, and other branches. If we join the Thunder Clan, wouldn't that be even better? Many years later, our everlasting sect will have many branches. Many people agreed with Wang Shan's answer. Furthermore, his meaning was clear. He wanted the Thunder Clan to join the everlasting sect. When Zichen heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although the Thunder Clan has declined, it is still the Thunder Clan. They were known as one of the 4 great royal clans of the past. Their pride still exists. It is not appropriate to let them join other powers and become a branch. What's wrong with that? As long as they can grow stronger, who cares if they become a branch?" said Wang Shan indifferently. Chapter 1053. In the past, the Lightning Clan had been known as a royal clan. They had controlled the ancient races and fought against the Devil race for thousands of years. They had forced the Devil race out of the martial heaven continent several times. Although the Lightning Clan had declined and most of their techniques had been lost, their glory had been passed down. Now, even if Zichen had already become the clan leader of the Lei Clan, the Lei Clan would never agree to join the Wuji sect and become a branch of the Wuji sect. Zichen was silent for a long time. In the end, he said, "Let the Lightning Clan decide for themselves." The Lightning Clan was still in Zichen's violet gold gourd. This problem had to be resolved. Zichen immediately invited the original leader of the Lightning Clan, as well as a few other senior figures of the Lightning Clan. Hearing Zichen's words, the Lightning Clan's people fell silent. That kind of silence represented their attitude. Zichen naturally understood that. "How about this? You can look around the land of savages. If you find a suitable place, you can set it up as your base. If you don't, I can find a minor world without a level restriction. You can go there," said Zichen. The Lightning Clan's senior figures all nodded, satisfied and grateful. After that, the Boundless sect celebrated Zichen's return. During the banquet, the Lightning Clan's Lei Ming arrived, as well as the old leader and several senior figures. Hei Feng, Zhang Tong, and a few other branch leaders of the Boundless sect also appeared. Other than that, the entire Boundless sect was celebrating. The benefits of the sect's disciples were doubled this month. The Wang and Lu families' family heads came to congratulate them. The Pilsun City's Qin family also came. Many years ago, the Qin family had completely broken off relations with Zichen. Although they had relied on other powers to develop, 50 years ago, the Qin family had retreated after the Chaos Land had fallen. 50 years had passed, and as a local power, the Qin family was naturally taken care of by the Wuji sect. It was worth mentioning that ever since Zichen's battle with Linger many years ago, the Qin family had become much more low-key. In the banquet hall, it could be said that the most important person in the entire barbarian land was sitting there. As the center of the celebration, Zichen was naturally the target of everyone's congratulations. Thus, everyone raised their glasses and drank cup after cup of wine. Even though Zichen's alcohol tolerance was good, he still felt a little dizzy and couldn't take it anymore. The demon ape, Zhang Haotian, and the others were also very happy. In the past 50 years, they had been provided with a lot of resources, and they had broken through to the mid-mortal origin realm. While Zichen was working hard on his cultivation, they did not slack off either. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively to the extreme. Everyone was talking and laughing. During this time, Wang Shan mentioned the monks. Everyone looked at Zichen. One must know that back then, Zichen and the monk had left together. The monk is undergoing a metamorphosis. He probably won't be back anytime soon. Once he returns, he will definitely give everyone a huge shock. After the brothers finished their toasts, it was time for Zichen's confidants. Led by Su Mingyao, the 4 girls all came forward to toast. Amidst the cheering, Zichen had to drink even if he didn't want to. "Zichen, let me toast you." After the 4 girls, Linger stood up and called Zichen by his name. Today was a happy day, so Zichen naturally did not insist on calling him master. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. "I'll reserve a room for you tonight," Linger's voice sounded in his mind. Pfft! Zichen immediately spat out the wine he had just drunk. Everyone cheered again, saying no and drinking again. Only the 4 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Obviously, they had guessed what Zichen had encountered. Because in the past 10 years, whenever Linger mentioned Zichen, she would not hesitate to talk about that incident. Zichen, let me toast you too. Binger stood up. Compared to Ling and Zichen's other confidants, Binger was slightly inferior in terms of talent and cultivation level. When she was with Zichen in the past, she did not hold back, but in this kind of situation, she was still extremely shy. Zichen nodded, with a smile on his face, and drank again. Zichen, let me toast you too. Another voice sounded. A young man stood up. He was very handsome, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He looked extremely extraordinary. This man was Lei Ling, who was accidentally born by Zichen in the past. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to defeat Zichen if he was born in the Earth Yuan realm. Call me master, Zichen rarely emphasized. Lei Ling snorted and said proudly, I have successfully reached the human Yuan realm. It won't be long before I break through to the middle Yuan realm. Soon I will break through again and reach the Earth Yuan realm without any bottlenecks. Defeating you is only a matter of time. Zichen smiled and said, Then before you win, you have to call me master. Then Zichen laughed and said, Otherwise I will spank you. These words caused Lei Ling's face to redden. It had to be known that he was currently a youth with formidable combat strength. If he were to be spanked again, he would most likely want to die. After careful consideration, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Thus, he respectfully called him master, and then drank 3 cups of wine as punishment for his previous disrespect. Master, let me toast you. This time, the one who stood up was Chen Feng. Although tens of years had passed and Chen Feng had long since grown up, his appearance had greatly changed. He was no longer the snot-nosed little fellow from before. However, with the same aura, he was still detected by Zichen. After 10 years, Chen Feng's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. He could defeat all opponents of the same level, even the Sky Realm experts secretly nurtured by the Everlasting Sect. Then, Wang Qiong and his wife stood up and toasted. Zhang Haotian and his wife also stood up and toasted. Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and so on. In short, Zichen drank a lot today. After the banquet, when Zichen thought that Shangguan Yue would accompany him, he discovered that the house was empty. Shangguan Yue was called by Wang Xianer and the others for a talk, which lasted for the entire night. This was really a little naughty. The next day, Zichen arrived at the Everlasting Palace early in the morning. He arranged for someone to lead the Lei clan to find a place. After that, he did a simple tour of the Everlasting Sect. Finally, he went to the Cauldron Spirit to learn more about the Mortal Yuan Pill. In the Cauldron Spirit's words, the world had changed, and the Mortal Yuan fruit had appeared frequently. This was a prosperous time, but at the same time, it was also an eventful time. The word calamity naturally represented the demon race. The current Everlasting Sect was far from being comparable to the demon race. In fact, the Everlasting Sect was nothing in front of the demon race. Therefore, the Everlasting Sect had to seize the time to nurture experts. An earthly origin realm expert of the demon race was enough to make the Everlasting Sect feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The gap between the two sides was too big. Zichen also felt pressured and spent the rest of his time cultivating. 3 days later, the spirit-devouring rats returned and informed him that they had discovered another pocket dimension. In these years, as the world changed, more and more pocket dimensions were discovered in the savage lands. Moreover, they were all high-quality pocket dimensions. The requirement for one's realm had been raised from the Zephyr realm to the Origin Core realm. Of course, there were also a few pocket dimensions that were limited to the Mortal Yuan realm. Zhang Haotian and the others had also worked hard to establish a few of them. The reason why their realms could be raised again was inseparable from the few pocket dimensions they had discovered. What Zichen needed to do now was not to explore a pocket dimension. Instead, he needed to break through the origin energy in his body and reach the late stage of the mortal Yuan realm. Therefore, during this period of time, he was preparing to go into seclusion. At the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency. This sense of urgency could be said to be urging Zichen to break through as soon as possible. Of course, before going into seclusion, Zichen talked to LV Peng and the others about the problem of soul weapons. As an ancient beast, Old Gui did not need one at all. Because as long as he broke through, he would naturally have the most suitable weapon for himself. Zhang Haotian and the demon ape, one had the supreme treasure of the Slaughter clan, and the other had the supreme treasure of the sky-splitting Battle Ape clan. They also did not need to cultivate soul weapons. As for Wang Qiong, LV Peng and the others, it was very necessary for them to find their own and suitable soul weapons. Similarly, Lin Shui and the others also needed to cultivate their own soul weapons. Therefore, they decided to explore the newly discovered pocket dimension of the spirit-devouring rats. Coincidentally, this pocket dimension corresponded to the mortal Yuan realm. The group left, and Zichen decided to go into seclusion. However, after only one day, they came back again. At the same time, the spirit-devouring rats made another shocking discovery. What? A Thunder Clan world? Zichen, who was sitting in the main hall, suddenly stood up. He looked at the spirit-devouring rats and Lin Shui and the others in disbelief. It is indeed a Thunder Clan world, and it targets the mortal Yuan realm. This is very strange. In addition, we also found several pocket dimensions in that place, the spirit-devouring rats said. More and more pocket dimensions appeared. Is there something strange about that place? Zichen looked at Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong said, There is a strange fluctuation there. It is very strange. After our investigation and the ancient books of other forces, we guessed a possibility. What possibility? More and more pocket dimensions appeared, and the heaven and earth spirit chi in this area became denser. It seems to be related to the Saint Burial Ground. Saint Burial Ground, doesn't that place appear once every few decades? Zichen asked again. Wang Qiong shook his head. In the past, it would appear once every few decades. However, since the last time it appeared, it hasn't appeared for over 200 years. Over 200 years meant that Zichen and the others had entered for the last time. After that, the token hadn't appeared. The Saint Burial Ground was known as the Burial Ground of Saints. However, Zichen knew that the strongest experts on the martial heaven continent were only at the heaven origin realm. That realm clearly had nothing to do with saints. Furthermore, he had once entered the Saint Burial Ground and explored some of its mysteries. He had suspected that the Saint Burial Ground was the place where saints were resurrected. There had been no activity for over 200 years. However, now that there had been some activity, the world had changed. This was clearly very unusual. Zichen guessed that after the change, the Saint Burial Ground was about to appear. Or was it that the dead saints had reached the stage where they were resurrected? Let's go to the Thunder Clan world to take a look. No matter what the Saint Burial Ground was, Zichen wanted to explore the Thunder Clan world first. The Thunder Clan world hadn't found a suitable base yet. Perhaps that place would be a good choice. Chapter 1054. Zichen was ready to go to the Thunder Clan world to have a look, whether it was for the Thunder Clan or for himself. Before leaving, he asked someone to call the Thunder Spirit. The Thunder Spirit was a thunder and lightning creature. When he heard that he was going to explore the Thunder Small World, although he was very curious, in order to protect his little bit of self-esteem, he put on a very reluctant look. He was born from thunder and lightning, so he had seen all kinds of thunder and lightning. To be able to have such an expression, it was quite fitting for his identity. Zichen didn't bring too many people with him because it was completely unnecessary. He only brought the Thunder Spirit. However, Su Mengyao and the others followed him all the way to the outside of the Thunder World. The Thunder World was only 10 miles away from the world discovered by the spirit-devouring rats. For cultivators, such a distance was completely negligible. The Thunder World had been broken open. To be precise, It had been forcibly broken open by the power of thunder and lightning, revealing a big hole. The big hole was the passage into which the power of thunder and lightning would surge out from time to time. The thunder world was clearly in front of them. Zichen released his spiritual sense and didn't find anything unusual. He nodded and said to Zhang Haoyan and the others, "You have to be careful too." Next, Zhang Haoyan and the others would go to explore the original small world. "Okay, take care." Zichen watched Zhang Haoyan and the others leave. "What did you find?" Around, only Zichen and the Thunder Spirit were left. Zichen asked. "A very pure power of thunder. There should be something very surprising or eye-catching inside." The Thunder Spirit, who was not good at pretending, had a strong interest in his expression. Zichen and the Thunder Spirit entered the Thunder Clan world one after another. Just then, a bolt of thunder surged out and raged towards the outside world. The Thunder Spirit snorted and took a step forward. Lightning surged around his body. He used his body to block in front of Zichen, and the thunder instantly bombarded his body. His whole body seemed to be bathed in the lightning, and the light around him became brighter and brighter. "Haha, it's really a good place. I like it. I've decided to go into seclusion here and break through to the Earth origin stage as soon as possible." The lightning around its body slowly dissipated. The Thunder Spirit laughed heartily, an extremely satisfied expression on its face, as if it had eaten a great tonic. When the two of them entered the small world, they saw a sea of lightning. Above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning energy. This lightning energy was extremely pure. An extremely dense lightning aura floated in the air. Only such a pure lightning aura could exist. If other cultivators were to come here, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, for the Thunder Clan, this was the best cultivation holy land. In front of them, above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning. It was like a chain connecting the heavens and the earth. Below the sea of lightning, there was a substantial amount of lightning energy. It was like the Milky Way was tumbling. This was an extremely spectacular scene. Even Zichen's face was filled with shock. The Thunder Spirit impatiently rushed forward. However, before it reached the sea of lightning, a bolt of lightning rushed out. The moment this bolt of lightning left the thousands of chains, it shook its body and transformed into a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon seemed to be real, vivid and lifelike. It waved its dragon claws towards the Thunder Spirit. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded from its bloody maw. The lightning dragon and the Thunder Spirit began to fight. It could be seen that the lightning dragon's strength wasn't ordinary. It constantly attacked, but the one it used the most was the lightning dragon's tail. The Thunder Spirit was swept away several times before being sent flying. As the two sides fought, Zichen carefully observed the Thunder Sea in front of him. He discovered that outside the Thunder Sea, there was a curtain of light that covered the entire Thunder Sea. This Thunder Sea was like another Thunder Dominion. However, it was clear that the lightning energy surging within was several grades higher than the Thunder Dominion. This place was like a pure lightning cultivation holy land. The aura it filled had a fatal attraction to every Thunder Clan member. Pun! The battle between the two sides finally came to an end. The lightning dragon was scattered by the Thunder Spirit's great strength. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated, and in addition, there were specks of sparkling light floating in the air. "This is lightning liquid!" the Thunder Spirit shouted as it looked at the specks of sparkling light. After coming to the mortal world for dozens of years, the Thunder Spirit naturally knew how important lightning liquid was to ordinary people. Moreover, if there was enough lightning liquid, it could create an army of Heaven Realm martial artists. Heaven Realm martial artists, every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Every one of them was extraordinary from birth. But lightning liquid could create such an extraordinary army in large quantities. It had to be said that this was one of the mystical aspects of the power of thunder. Seeing the dozen drops of lightning liquid in the Thunder Spirit's hand, Zichen's eyes lit up with surprise. When he looked at the Thunder Sea again, there was a gold and silver light in his eyes. He activated his yin-yang eye and saw through the Thunder Sea. He saw countless sparkling lights between the heavens and earth. They were like dense raindrops, innumerable. And as the thunder spirit moved forwards once more, another dozen sparkling lights appeared, forming another lightning dragon that rushed towards the thunder spirit. This place is truly mystical. There is actually so much lightning liquid essence here. This place can absolutely be called a Thunder Clan Holy Land. Zichen withdrew his gaze and sighed again and again. The Thunder Spirit paced back and forth outside the Thunder Sea while Zichen explored other places. Thousands of miles away, Zichen discovered a mountain range. There were tall mountains in the mountain range. There were forests on the mountains, and rivers below the mountains. Looking at the vast expanse of white, it was filled with greenery. As he approached, Zichen felt a warmth. This warmth wasn't purely a physical perception, but more like a spiritual perception. And this so-called warmth was actually the energy of life. In this forest, there was an extremely rich aura of life. And everything in this forest, such as the mountains, rocks, trees, and earth, all contained extremely rich life energy and lightning energy. It could be said that this was an extremely mystical place, but at the same time, it was also an extremely beautiful place. Looking from afar, the forest was more than 1,000 miles wide. It was practically boundless. Before Zichen could approach, a wave of rural strength attacked him. Zichen felt a powerful repulsive force. This dense forest was actually a no-fly zone. From time to time, there were roars of beasts in the forest. The roars were like thunder. During this period, Zichen resisted the no-fly zone and saw a strange beast emitting lightning appear on the top of the mountain. This world was the Thunder World. Once a beast was found, it would naturally be a thunder beast. This area was really too big, and it was a no-fly zone. Zichen didn't have time to explore again and again, so he simply gave up and went to the next place. Zichen first saw the Thunder Sea and the Thunder Peak. Then he saw many strange things, such as the desert, which was completely composed of sand full of lightning power. There were also some thunder sand beasts in the desert. When it was full of danger, these thunder sand beasts also had good things worth collecting. As he went deeper, Zichen gradually guessed that this was a trial ground of the Thunder Clan, but it was definitely not an ordinary trial ground. It was a trial ground that summarized all places, from Jinyuan to Mortal Yuan. For example, the Thunder Sea was for the Mortal Yuan realm, the Thunder Peak was for the Core Yuan realm, and the desert was for the Zephyr realm, and so on. There were several other places that were also for the Zephyr realm and the Core Yuan realm. As for the Jinyuan realm and the Xiantian realm, there was no special trial ground. The reason was that Zichen guessed that the lightning power here was too strong, and these two realms were just the initial stages. When the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan and a group of elders came out and perceived the extremely pure lightning power here, their faces were full of surprise. After listening to Zichen's brief introduction and then personally exploring, everyone was shocked speechless. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to know this place. They were extremely shocked and excited. Before Zichen could ask, the old patriarch explained, "If we're not wrong, this is probably one of the trial grounds of the Thunder Clan." Every aristocratic family had their own trial ground. As the strongest clan in the world, the Thunder Clan naturally had their own trial ground, but with the war and the long decline, these things have long been lost. The trial ground coordinates of the Thunder Clan's small world were also not passed down. However, there were records in the ancient books of the Thunder Clan that the Thunder Clan had various trial grounds. In addition to the trial grounds of a single realm, there were also large-scale mixed trial grounds that summarized all realms. From Jinyuan to Mortal Yuan, and after breaking through to Earth Yuan, one would leave this world and go to another place. According to the ancient books, each of the Thunder Clan's mixed trial grounds is a complete world. The resources inside are enough to be self-sufficient, the old patriarch explained excitedly. Zichen believed this as well because just the amount of lightning liquid essence contained within the sea of lightning was impossible to calculate. If the ancient records are correct, then there should be a place to live here, the old patriarch said. Next, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, the Thunder Clan members were filled with excitement as they explored everywhere. At the center of this world, they indeed found a place to live. It was a magnificent city, and the four walls were all made of lightning crystals, shining brightly with lightning. This big city covered an area of several hundred li, and the towering city gate tower was engraved with the ancient words Thunder City. The city gate towered high, and on top of it were engraved patterns. The patterns were extremely clear and spread out in all directions, connecting the whole city. "It's Thunder City, as expected of the Thunder Clan's trial grounds," the old patriarch and the others shouted excitedly. "Every trial ground of the Thunder Clan has a Thunder City, and at the same time, Thunder City is the only city in this world. This is the Thunder City, a completely undamaged Thunder City. Many years ago, there must have been many ancestors of the Thunder Clan cultivating here. Maybe there would be many Thunder Clan techniques here. Clan leader Zichin, you have truly found a treasure trove." From the excited shouts of the crowd, it was not difficult to hear that they were extremely satisfied with this place. The gate was tightly shut, and there was a layer of restriction outside. What they needed to do now was to find a way to open the gate and then enter the city to explore. The lightning spirit was still outside the Thunder Sea, and he was very interested in that place. Zichen and the others moved forward, preparing to approach the gate and see if there were any traps here. As soon as they arrived, 2 flashes of light appeared in front of them. Chapter 1055. The surface of the lightning hammer flashed with dazzling lightning, surging with a powerful and terrifying aura. When the lightning hammer fell, rumbling thunder resounded, and numerous lightning snakes coiled around its surface. This attack was very terrifying. The old patriarch and the others shouted, at the same time mobilizing the power of lightning to resist. Bang! Bang! Energy collided, and the old patriarch and the others were pushed back. During this time, Zichin carefully observed the 2 people. The 2 were wearing lightning armor, emitting lightning from their bodies, waving huge lightning hammers in their hands, and their eyes were cold and emotionless. There were no energy fluctuations on their bodies, and all their attacks were relying on the power of the lightning hammers, so Zichin didn't dare to be sure whether they were human or not. The old patriarch and the others shouted unwillingly, and then they repeatedly launched powerful attacks. With everyone's cooperation, they were able to suppress the 2 people with lightning hammers and lightning armor. "Scatter them, and we may be able to enter," the old patriarch shouted excitedly, and the others also became excited, full of enthusiasm. However, just as the old patriarch's voice fell, a strange change occurred. Several dozens of light rays appeared in front of the door, and then turned into figures. These figures were the same as the previous 2, with the same attire and the same attractive lightning hammers. Then, with lightning hammers in hand, they rushed toward the old patriarch and the others. This time, a series of dense bangs resounded, and several senior elders screamed miserably as they were smashed by the lightning hammers. In a moment, except for Zichin, there were no other lightning clan members in front of the door, and these people with lightning hammers like guards, after repelling the others, stood side by side in front of Zichin, blocking his advance, but they didn't attack. The group of people stood side by side, completely blocking Zichin. Zichin frowned slightly and said, "Move aside." The group of people were like puppets, not saying a word, and naturally, they wouldn't move aside. "Don't force me to attack," Zichin said again, his voice cold. However, this obviously threatening voice didn't bring about any effect, and they still didn't say a word, and didn't move. Thus, Zichin decisively made his move and threw a punch at the person in front of him. A dazzling golden fist appeared and heavily slammed into one of the people. With a loud bang, that person was sent flying and heavily smashed into the city gates. In front of the city gates, a ripple of light appeared and that person disappeared. Having succeeded so smoothly, Zichen's expression immediately turned strange. The faces of the other people in the distance were also filled with confusion, shock, and surprise. That was because when facing Zichen's attack, not only did that person not counterattack, he didn't even try to defend himself. In order to verify his conjecture, Zichen threw a few more punches. Amidst the booming sounds, several people were sent flying towards the city gate. When they came into contact with the light shadow, their figures dissipated. However, from beginning to end, they did not attack, nor did they attack Zichen. By the time the last person disappeared, Zichen's front was already empty. He didn't encounter any attacks or resistance, but just as he was about to step forward, more and more lights appeared. Numerous figures wielding lightning hammers appeared once more, but just like before, they appeared purely to block him and didn't attack. During this time, the old patriarch and the others tried to approach, but these fellows who were motionless suddenly seemed to have a mind of their own. Each and every one of them wielded their lightning hammers and beat these people until they screamed in pain and were sent flying. Seeing this situation, Zichen couldn't help but frown. Clearly, these fellows' behavior was too strange. Although the Thunder Clan elders' screams were loud and clear, their injuries weren't serious. Everyone was puzzled by this situation where they only killed and didn't chase them away. Similarly, they were even more puzzled as to why Zichen didn't attack and didn't try to defend himself. Clearly, there must be some unknown reason here. Patriarch, do you have some strange Thunder Clan keepsake on you? The old patriarch was already scared of being beaten and reminded him from afar. Thunder Clan keepsake? Zichen was startled. Then, he thought of the only thing on him that was related to the Thunder Clan, which was the extremely extraordinary Royal Thunder Clan token. Zichen took out the Royal Thunder Clan token and waved it in front of the group of people in front of him. However, there was no reaction. They were like puppets. Helpless, Zichen wanted to go forward, but he could only attack again. Bang! Bang! Zichen punched forward again and again, and the lightning figures disappeared one after another. When Zichen arrived in front of the city gate, he touched the ripples in front of the gate, which was the place where the lightning figures disappeared. After arriving here, no more lightning figures appeared. The group behind him had a look of curiosity on their faces as they flew over. However, just as they entered the attack range, the lightning figures that disappeared just now reappeared and waved their lightning hammers, beating the old patriarch and the others until they screamed in pain and had no choice but to retreat. Zichen looked at the ripples in front of him without any change in expression. Although he was here, he did not know how to enter. Could it be that he had to break through this place? Zichen's combat strength was not bad, but it was definitely not at the level where he could break through this place. Just as he subconsciously reached out his hand to touch the ripples in front of him, a strange change occurred. Zichen's body suddenly flashed with resplendent lightning. The lightning was divided into two colors, gold and silver. The two types of elemental energy involuntarily started to circulate. The clothes on his back instantly exploded, and a huge pair of lightning wings appeared. This was the fusion of the four wings, which stretched out more than 20 meters. That's the fusion of the heavenly thunder wings. The group of elders looked ahead in shock. No, that's not the real thing. It's an illusion. That's the illusion of the heavenly thunder wings. The old patriarch saw through the trick. The four wings had not been successfully fused. At this moment, what appeared on Zichen's back was an illusion. Following the appearance of the illusion, a mysterious lightning force appeared. It directly entered between Zichen's eyebrows and activated the lightning clan mark between Zichen's eyebrows. The golden mark appeared, releasing lightning. The golden lightning illuminated the ripples in front of him, reflecting the silver lightning into a large golden color. The ripples in front of him suddenly started to tremble like boiling water. Then, at the center of the ripples, an item appeared. It was a silver token, and it directly fell into Zichen's hand. One side of the token was engraved with intricate and mysterious lightning runes, and the other side was engraved with a pattern. At the center of the pattern, there were two ancient words. Thunder City. This was the Thunder City's token. With this token, one would naturally become the owner of Thunder City. Between Zichen's eyebrows, a solid golden light suddenly rushed out from the lightning mark and landed on the token. After that, just like other things that recognized their owner, this token instantly recognized its owner. In front of the city gate, the ripples dissipated, revealing a huge city gate. Following that, the ripples protecting the city gate also disappeared. The seal on the huge Thunder City was completely undone at this moment. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Thunder Clan's senior elders, beam after beam of light appeared out of thin air. These beams of light transformed into figures made of thunder. They wore thunder armor and held thunder hammers in their hands. They were dressed the same as before. The only difference was that they were divided into two groups and stood at the city gates. This kind of posture made them seem like pure guards, exuding a cold and indifferent aura. "Patriarch, what's going on?" the Thunder Clan's eminent elder shouted. "It's fine, all of you come over." Zichen's voice rang out. Looking at the guards in front of them, the eminent elders glanced at each other in dismay. The scene of them being beaten to the point of screaming was still vivid in their minds. Now, they were truly afraid of the lightning hammer. "The seal has been broken, so they won't attack you anymore," Zichen explained. After refining the token, he had some understanding of the Thunder City. Naturally, he also knew why the guards only attacked others and not him. That was because his lightning energy was the most authentic lightning energy. If he wanted to enter and control this place, this was the only point. Other than the lightning energy, the other key point was the aura emitted by the heavenly thunder wings. In short, everything was a coincidence. With the token in hand, Zichen didn't need to use his strength to push the gate. With just a thought, the towering city gate in front of him emitted a loud bang and slowly opened. More lightning flashed out from the city, creating a vast expanse of white, causing people to be absent-minded for a moment. After a while, the city gate was fully opened. In the middle of the city gate, there were still two groups of guards. Through the token, Zichen knew that these were all puppets. They were responsible for protecting the safety of Thunder City. To be able to beat up the Thunder Clan's eminent elders, they were naturally powerful. Thunder City was very big, and there were a total of 4 city gates. As the city gate opened, the other 3 gates opened as well. In the city, all the buildings were emitting lightning. Zichen came to the world of lightning, but this world was extremely quiet. Because no human had set foot in this place for hundreds of thousands of years. Zichen strode into the city. Behind him was a group of eminent elders. After walking through the group of guards and not getting beaten up, they were completely relieved. After that, when they saw the scene in the city, they cheered. In the token, other than some rules of Thunder City, there were also some images. This was the scene of the Thunder Clan's final migration. All the members of the Thunder Clan left the room and removed the ownership of the room. At the same time, they walked out of the city. After that, the City Lord came into contact with the Thunder City token and activated the restrictions of Thunder City. After that, all the members of the Thunder Clan left, leaving not a single one behind. As for where they went, the Thunder City token didn't record it. However, Zichen guessed that if they didn't go to battle, then they would go to another place. Zichen heard waves of cheers. Obviously, they were very satisfied with this place. And this place was the natural gathering place of the Thunder Clan. It was the holy land in the hearts of the Thunder Clan. "Patriarch, is it okay for us to stay here?" The old patriarch brought the other eminent elders and looked at Zichen nervously. Zichen said, "Okay, of course it's okay. This is the place of the Thunder Clan. Naturally, we will let them stay here." Chapter 1056. Zichen's expression changed greatly as if he had seen something inconceivable. He blinked a few times, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed once again, afraid that he had seen wrongly. The old patriarch and the others also noticed the abnormality and looked in the direction that Zichen was looking at. However, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. They only saw a shining thunder temple floating in the sky. Although this thunder temple was extraordinary, it was definitely not to the extent that it could cause such a huge change in Zichen's expression. Zichen's expression returned to normal after a long time. He exclaimed, "Similar, it's really similar. What does it look like?" Everyone asked curiously. "It looks like the Thunder Temple." "What? It looks like the Thunder Temple?" Everyone's expression changed greatly. The Thunder Hall in the sky seemed to be exactly the same as the Lightning Divine Hall. Both of them were suspended in the air and emitted endless amounts of lightning. Having seen the complete appearance of the Lightning Divine Hall, Zichen was naturally able to tell that the architectural style of this Thunder Hall was practically the same as the Lightning Divine Hall. The only difference between the two was the boundless divine might. This Thunder Temple is very similar to the Thunder Temple. However, there is such a floating Thunder Temple in every trial world, the old patriarch said. How do you know? Zichen looked at the old patriarch. He had discovered something with his sharp senses. Could it be that the Thunder Temple was related to this Thunder Temple? There are records in ancient books. I just saw it, the old patriarch said. After that, Zichen was speechless as he watched the old patriarch take out an ancient book from his spiritual ring. You actually carry ancient books with you? Zichen asked, unable to conceal the astonishment on his face. That's right. The Thunder Clan's world has been resealed, so the ancient books naturally have to be taken out. This is the history of the Thunder Clan, recording the glory of the Thunder Clan in the past. It needs the later generations to remember it, and work hard to bring the Thunder Clan back to glory. However, we haven't found a suitable place recently, so these ancient books are with us, the old patriarch explained. Zichen nodded and said, At present, Thunder City is completely empty. There's no one here. You can arrange where you want to live. Before the demon race leaves, Thunder Clan should be staying here. In the future, this will be Thunder Clan's base camp. If you feel that something is wrong, you can put your things in Sky City. Zichen pointed at the floating city. The old patriarch nodded excitedly, and the other elders kept thanking him. Zichen took out the purple gold gourd and released all the members of the Thunder Clan. Although the Thunder Clan couldn't be compared to the Five Elements Clan, they still had a lot of people. However, it wasn't realistic to want to fill up the entire city in a short time. What a dense lightning energy! Where are we? As soon as they appeared, they sensed the extremely rich lightning energy in this place. This lightning energy was more than 10 times stronger than the lightning energy in the Thunder Clan world. Each and every one of them had a shocked expression. But after knowing that this would be their base in the future, they reacted. They shouted loudly and jumped in joy. They were extremely excited and happy. Okay, quiet down. Now go and find your family members. I will arrange a place for you. The old patriarch's voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. The crowd of Thunder Clan members quickly quieted down. After calming down, the old patriarch said, Before that, we have to thank Patriarch Zichen. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to leave the Thunder Clan world alive. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to find such a sacred place. Let me tell you, this is a training ground recorded in the ancient books of Thunder Clan. It can be called the sacred place of Thunder Clan. After that, there were cheers and thanks. The old patriarch said, Next, let's let Patriarch Zichen speak. Everyone's fanatical and worshipful eyes fell on Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, Since everyone calls me Patriarch, then we are family. Although I wasn't born in the Thunder Clan, I cultivate the Thunder Clan's cultivation method. Naturally, I am a member of the Thunder Clan. In the future, this place will be my home. The demon race has invaded, and a war may break out at any time. I hope that everyone will work hard to improve their strength as soon as possible. After a few simple words, Zichen signaled everyone to find a place to stay and settle down. He was also preparing to go to Sky City to have a look. Wow, I didn't expect that there would be such a city in this extraordinary world. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from outside the city. Then, the lightning spirit turned into a lightning and rushed in. When he arrived in the city and saw the intact buildings, he exclaimed again and again. Especially when he saw Sky City, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Somehow, he seemed to have seen such a magnificent city before. The moment the Thunder Spirit appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the Thunder Clan members. The reason why he was so eye-catching was not only because of his powerful strength, but also because of his extremely pure lightning energy. He looked just like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Everyone was a lightning cultivator, so they were extremely sensitive to lightning energy. They could feel that the lightning spirit's lightning energy was purer than Zichen's. However, it was impossible to tell which was stronger between the two. The power in Zichen's body was perfect and pure. It was the power of a human. However, the power in Lei Ling's body did not have the aura of a human. It was like a human-shaped thunderbolt. Zichen had already flown to Sky City. Behind him, the lightning spirit shouted, "Wait for me!" and then followed. "Old Patriarch, who is this young man? He has such pure lightning energy. Why haven't we seen him before?" "Yes, Old Patriarch, who is this young man? Is he a friend of Patriarch Zichen?" The others asked one after another, obviously very curious about the lightning spirit. The old patriarch said, "He can barely be considered half a ThunderClan clansman. His origin is mysterious, but he's a life form of heaven and earth." "What, he's a life form of heaven and earth? A life form of heaven and earth with lightning energy? Could he be a lightning spirit?" Everyone was completely dumbfounded. There were just too many legends about life forms of heaven and earth. Yes, an extremely rare life form of heaven and earth, and a lightning spirit at that. Considering his background, he's even nobler than the 5 Elements families. But unfortunately, the old patriarch suddenly sighed. "That can't be right, old patriarch. According to the ancient records, as soon as a life form of heaven and earth is born, they're no longer a human. Even the weakest of them is comparable to an Earth Yuan expert. If he really is a life form of heaven and earth, how could he still be at the mortal Yuan realm? That's a pity. Back then, he had some misunderstandings with Zichen. He had no choice but to be born prematurely. Now he's Zichen's disciple." The lightning spirit's matter was no longer a secret. If you casually chatted with it, the lightning spirit would indignantly tell you just how miserable it was when it was born. At the same time, it would tell you just how much it hated Zichen. Therefore, there were no longer any secrets about the lightning spirit. Sky City quietly stood in the sky above Thunder City. It was located at the center of Thunder City. Although it was called a city, it was more like a small thunder fortress. Outside the thunder fortress, there were also 2 rows of lightning guards. Looking at it, it was exactly the same as when they arrived at Thunder Divine Hall. Zichen stood below the stairs and raised his head to look at the top of the stairs. Above the entrance were the words Thunder Divine Hall. Thunder Divine Hall! The lightning spirit that followed behind him recognized those 2 words. After a slight pause, Zichen stepped forward and headed straight for the entrance. The lightning spirit followed closely behind. When the 2 of them passed by, the lightning guards didn't react at all until Zichen arrived in front of the entrance. "Open!" Looking at the lightning gate in front of him, Zichen let out a low shout. After that, a cracking sound came from the gate as lightning surged and the gate slowly opened. When the gate opened, there were also lightning guards inside. Zichen and the lightning spirit walked in. Looking around, this place was almost the same as Thunder Divine Hall. There were also many buildings and pavilions on both sides. The doors of these buildings and pavilions were tightly shut. Zichen's token was also unable to see what was inside. Adding that there were too many rooms, it was like a residential area. Zichen decided to give up. In front of the entrance, there was a long flight of stairs. At the end of the stairs, there was a second gate. Zichen walked straight ahead and arrived in front of the second gate. With a low shout, the gate opened with a loud bang. When the second gate opened, there was another one inside. This was a thunder fortress with 3 entrances and 3 exits. It was very big. The first 2 thunder fortresses were 7 floors high, while the last one was 9 floors high. Previously, everything was very similar to Thunder Divine Hall. However, after reaching the 3rd floor, Zichen felt that there were many differences between this place and the real Thunder Divine Hall. Because in the vicinity of this hall, there were other high-rise buildings. Along the way, Zichen saw the Inheritance Hall, Treasure Hall, Soul Nurturing Hall, Weapon Nurturing Hall and Book Collection Hall. However, when he was in Thunder Divine Hall, Zichen did not see these places. Within the Thunder Hall, the other buildings didn't have any restrictions on them, and they could be opened by any member of the Thunder Clan. However, Zichen discovered that these high-rise buildings with names couldn't be opened. There was a very strong restriction on them, and only the owner of the token could open them. It could be said that this was the gathering place of the entire Thunder Clan's resources. The lightning spirit followed behind and muttered these names. It seemed to be very interested. Let's go to the inheritance hall to take a look and see if there are any inheritances inside. Seeing Zichen standing outside and not entering any place, the lightning spirit began to urge him. Zichen nodded and said, "To the Thunder Clan, inheritances are indeed very important. Come, let's go in and take a look." The two of them came to the side hall. Then, under the control of the token, the restrictions were opened. The door of the inheritance hall opened and the two of them walked in. The huge inheritance hall had several floors. However, there were very few inheritances inside. This caused the two of them to be greatly disappointed. "Trash? What kind of trash is this?" After roughly sweeping through the first floor, the lightning spirit cursed its bad luck. Clearly, there was not a single good thing. "This is the inheritance hall. The good things are naturally at the top." Zichen stepped up the stairs. The things on the second floor were clearly better than the first floor. However, they were still not as good as the two of them. After that, they went to the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor. Only on the sixth floor, which was also the last floor, did the two of them discover something good. On the side of the sixth floor, there was a stone wall emitting lightning. There were several engravings on the stone wall. It could be seen that this was an extremely powerful technique inheritance. Moreover, it was a technique inheritance. Chapter 1057. The lightning god's finger was simple and easy to understand. According to the records, if this finger's power was pushed to the limit, it would be comparable to the lightning god's finger. No one knew how strong the lightning god was, but the lightning god's finger couldn't be weak because it was called the divine finger. This was a pure offensive technique, and it was also a Xiantian inheritance. This thing was very useful to Zichen and Lei Ling, but it was useless to the original Lei clan. In the original Lei clan, there was no other Xiantian lightning martial artist except for Lei Ming. Now that they were in the Lei clan's training ground, the amount of lightning liquid here was immeasurable. The Lei clan would have an endless supply of Xiantian lightning martial artists in the future. At that time, the lightning god's finger would be the most precious inheritance. This discovery was an unexpected gain, but Zichen didn't stop because there were other places besides the inheritance palace. After coming out with Lei Ling, the two arrived at a nearby treasure pavilion. After entering, they saw a dazzling array of things. These things were deliberately left behind by the Lei clan when they left. There were seals on them to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. There were many ancient medicines and other things that could be called treasures. Relatively speaking, there weren't many things left here. It wasn't enough to sustain the entire Lei clan, but it definitely wasn't little. To Zichen, these things were nothing special, so he didn't take anything and went to the next place. The next place was the Weapon Cultivation Palace. As the name suggested, it was a place to store weapons. Moreover, there was a special seal that wouldn't cause the weapon's grade to drop or lose spiritual energy. There were thousands of weapons here. Occasionally, lightning would flash. These weapons were all infused with lightning crystals, so the quality was extraordinary. Moreover, among these thousands of weapons, there were more than 100 mortal weapons, and the rest were Dan Bing weapons. As for spirit weapons, there were only a little more than 100. There are many weapons, but unfortunately, they are all trash. Lei Ling looked around, but didn't find anything that caught his eye. He curled his lips and left the Weapon Cultivation Palace, heading to the next place. This was the Book Pavilion, the place to store cultivation methods and skills. Zichen originally thought that there wouldn't be many things here, but after entering, he found that the Book Pavilion was filled with all kinds of books and ancient books. These ancient books were divided into several categories. There were techniques, cultivation methods, refining tools, alchemy, and formations. It could be said that they were all-encompassing. Seeing so many ancient books, Zichen's face clearly had a trace of astonishment. Back then, when the Thunder Clan left, they took away many things but left behind these ancient texts. This should be in case something happened to the Thunder Clan and they lost their inherited techniques. And this preparation clearly came into effect today. There were many thunder techniques here, but they were all acquired techniques. None of them were innate techniques. Among them were the thunderbolt finger that Zichen had previously cultivated, the first few flashes of the 9 fleeting thunderbolts, and the acquired technique, Thunderfall. Other than that, there were also the Heaven's Thunder Palm, Heaven's Thunder Fist, Thunder Attraction Technique, and many other techniques. There were many cultivation techniques and techniques here. If they were given to the current Thunder Clan, it would undoubtedly be a timely help. With these ancient books and resources, it was only a matter of time before the Thunder Clan rose again. But for the current Zichen, these things weren't of much use. The two of them left the book collection pavilion and headed towards the last soul-nurturing palace. As the doors of the soul-nurturing palace opened, various flashes of lightning appeared. Waves of thunder rumbled, lightning snakes flashed. In the air above the palace, there were layers of seals. Within the seals, there were pieces of thunder spirit crystals and spirit weapons. These are spirit weapons! Seeing the completed weapons, Lei Ling's eyes completely lit up. Zichen's expression also changed, because there were a total of 5 spirit weapons floating in the air. Other than the Thunder God's finger, these were the most important things left behind by the Thunder Clan. Zichen, so you're here! Outside the soul-nurturing palace, Lei Ming's voice sounded. Then, footsteps sounded as Lei Ming walked in. After entering, Lei Ming was immediately stunned when he saw the weapons floating in the air. What kind of weapons are these? Lei Ming looked at the spirit weapons in the air with disbelief. Spirit weapons, heavens, these are actually spirit weapons! Startled cries sounded from behind. It was a few elder-level existences who were curious about the Sky Thunder Palace and had come to see what was going on. The spirit weapons recorded in the ancient books can transform into Earth's spirit weapons. Looking at the spirit weapons in the air, the eyes of the elder-level experts were filled with fervor. Zichen looked at Lei Ming beside him, asking, "What kind of weapon do you like to use?" Lei Ming reluctantly retracted his gaze, looking at Zichen and saying doubtfully, "I rarely use weapons. I feel that swords are more comfortable." Zichen shook his head. When choosing a spirit weapon, you must choose one that you are good at. In the future, it will always follow you. You need to nurture it, and it will also break through as your strength breaks through. It can be said that this is a friend that will follow you for your entire life. You have to be careful. Lei Ming's eyes lit up, clearly understanding the meaning behind Zichen's words. However, he rarely used weapons, and after careful consideration, he didn't know what to choose at all. There's no rush. Think about it carefully first. If there isn't anything suitable, then I'll use the Thunder Spirit Crystal to create another one for you, Zichen said. Lei Ming nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Next, Zichen looked at Lei Ling. Lei Ling excitedly said, I'm good at everything. Swords, sabers, staffs, I'm proficient in everything. Moreover, I feel that nurturing a spirit weapon is too easy, so I want to nurture a few more. Greedy, if you want to nurture it, then go find the materials to forge it, Zichen coldly said. Lei Ling was so angry that his whole body trembled. Then, he looked at the several elders. These people's expressions were somewhat nervous, but at the same time, they were also very conflicted. They asked themselves honestly, they all wanted a spirit weapon, but at their age, their chances of breaking through to the Earth Yuan realm were very slim. They knew the importance of spirit weapons, and also knew that it would be a waste to give them a spirit weapon. Of these 5 spirit weapons, you can take 2 and distribute them among yourselves. As for the rest, leave it to the future geniuses of the Lei clan. Zichen waved his hand, and 2 spirit weapons fell from the sky. One was a thunder sword, and the other was a thunder blade. The old patriarch stepped forward and received the 2 spirit weapons. His hands were still trembling. These were the things he yearned for even in his dreams, but when he received them, he felt incomparably heavy. After that, the group walked out of the soul-nurturing hall. Nurturing a spirit weapon wasn't the more the better, but the more suitable one was. The more spirit weapons one had, the more time would be wasted, and it wouldn't be effective in increasing one's cultivation. Nurturing a spirit weapon was an extremely long and tiring process, and it would affect one's cultivation. Zichen didn't take away the other spiritual weapons because they were all forged by the ancestors of the Thunder Tribe. They were most suitable for the Thunder Tribe. If Zichen took them away and gave them to Wang Xianer and the others, they wouldn't be suitable for them. Because the spirit weapon that was most suitable for oneself had to be forged by oneself. Zichen sat in the Thunder Hall, and below him were the Thunder Clan's elders and Lei Ming. As for Lei Ling, he was strolling around. The group of people sat on both sides with respectful expressions. In the Thunder Hall, Zichen said, "In the future, the Lei clan will stay here for a long period of time. During this period, you all should familiarize yourselves with the environment here. As for those special places with seals, I will open them for you for a year. If you need anything, just take it. After a year, everything will be back on track, and there will be a time limit for those special places to be opened again." Everyone nodded their heads. Naturally, Zichen couldn't handle the matters of the Lei clan personally. Hence, everything was handled by the old patriarch. Zichen was only the patriarch in name. After a simple arrangement, Zichen headed to the Hall of Inheritance to comprehend the Lightning God's finger. 3 days later, Zichen came out from the Hall of Inheritance. After informing the old patriarch, he left with Lei Ling. "See, why don't you go take a look at the Lightning Sea?" Lei Ling suddenly asked when the two of them arrived at the Lightning Sea. "There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's return to the Boundless Sect first and see if Zhang Haotian and the rest have come out." The two of them left the Lei clan's training ground and went straight to the Wuji sect. Zichen had been back for more than 10 days. During this period of time, the Earthly Origin Division, who came to destroy the Wuji sect, met with considerable resistance. This resistance came from the demon race, who forbade them from passing through. This made things difficult for them. At the same time, in the wasteland, the demon race used the excuse of resisting the demon race to seal all teleportation formations and the entrance to the wasteland. In short, the Earthly Origin Division wouldn't be able to invade the barbarian land in a short period of time. During this period of time, they had to negotiate with the demon race again and again. Of course, while they were negotiating, the battle between the lower-level cultivators of both sides would continue as it should. 7 days later, Zhang Haotian returned and told Zichen a piece of good news. The world was rich in mineral veins, and during this period of time, they found soul crystals. Everyone's harvest was not small. Soul crystals were similar to thunder soul crystals. They were one of the main materials for refining human-grade soul weapons. This time, Zhang Haotian came back to take people with him. Because the small world was not small, although they were not weak, it would take a long time to completely search it. In response to Zhang Haotian's invitation, Zichen shook his head and said, "I won't go. You guys go, but be careful." This time, 2 Mortal Origin Division small worlds had appeared. Zichen felt that something was wrong, and he had a feeling that something was going to happen. He had a feeling of uneasiness. Could it be that the big factions want to take revenge on the Wuji sect? Or is there something strange happening in the holy burial ground? Zichen couldn't explain the source of this uneasiness, so he ordered Wang Qiong to send more people to pay more attention to the barbarian land to see if there was anything strange. After arranging everything, Zichen's uneasiness didn't lessen. He vaguely guessed that this uneasiness didn't come from the outside world, but from this area. Could it really be the holy burial ground? Zichen furrowed his brows. Chapter 1058. Zichen immediately stood up from his seat and asked, "What happened?" "It's hard to explain. Come with me," said the spirit-devouring rat. Zichen rushed out of the hall. The two turned into streaks of light and flew out of the Wuji sect with the spirit-devouring rat leading the way. "Look there!" In less than a moment, the two of them reached their destination. The spirit-devouring rat pointed at the sky. "That's a small world." Zichen looked up and saw a gap in the sky. A large amount of silver light spilled out from the gap. The silver light was soft like a veil, but it was also full of danger. Zichen released his spiritual sense. After carefully sensing it, his face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Moon power! This is moon power!" Moon power, one of the 4 ancient royal families, represented the power of the Moon Clan. "Is this a small world of the Moon Clan?" Zichen guessed with a frown. The Thunder Clan's trial ground had just appeared, and now there was moon power. "Come with me. There are more places like this." The spirit-devouring rat flew in another direction. This time, they flew for hundreds of miles. The spirit-devouring rat pointed to a golden sun that emitted a blazing and pure light. At this moment, including this sun, there were already 2 suns in the sky. "The power of the sun of the 4 royal families!" Zichen exclaimed again when he sensed the extremely rich power emitted from the golden sun. 4 royal families, 4 powers? Zichen actually saw 3 of them in one day. He was only 1 away from 4. But then, the spirit-devouring rat told him that there was one more place like this. Zichen couldn't help but wonder if the place the spirit-devouring rat took him to was the mysterious star power. Sure enough, the sky was bright and the sun was shining. Zichen actually saw a sky full of stars. The stars were sparkling and bright, and the starlight contained a mysterious power. Star power was known as the most mysterious power of the 4 royal families. Normally, the 4 types of powers would rarely appear in the world. But today, not only did the 4 types of powers appear, it was very likely that the 4 ancient king worlds were behind them. Looking up at the mysterious power in the starry sky, Zichen wondered if the appearance of the 4 powers was a coincidence. The answer was obviously not. The appearance of these 4 powers was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed to be a sign of something. Thus, Zichen decided to go deep into the starlight and investigate. However, as soon as his body rose into the air, a mysterious star force descended. The star force contained an extremely strong oppressive force, forcing Zichen's body to fall to the ground. "It's a kind of sealing power," the spirit-devouring rat explained upon seeing the starlight. Zichen landed on the ground, and the mysterious starlight disappeared. "Since there is a seal, there must be a small world behind the seal." Zichen was very sure. At the same time, he rose into the air again. Golden lightning flashed around his body. He clenched his fist and flew into the air. Just like before, as soon as he leaped into the air, the power of the stars appeared again. Then, it pressed down on Zichen with an extremely oppressive aura. "Open for me!" Zichen shouted. He waved his fist and punched. His body was shining with a bright golden light. Boundless lightning surged and fell on the power of the stars, creating a loud explosion. However, the power of the stars was extremely strong. Zichen only broke through a part of it. More of the power of the stars pressed down on Zichen's body, forcing him to fall down involuntarily. Boom! Boom! The power of the stars pressed down. Zichen stepped in the air as if he was stepping on the ground. There was a vibration in the void. Then, like a spider web, it was crushed by Zichen. Dark cracks began to spread. Break! At the same time, Zichen waved his fist again. He mobilized the extreme power of yin and yang in his body and gathered it on his powerful fist. He suddenly punched at Xingchen's power in the sky. Boom! There was another vibration. Dazzling lightning exploded in front of Zichen. The terrifying power was like a tornado. It raged toward Xingchen's power in the sky. Wherever the storm passed, Xingchen's power was shattered. There was a complete vacuum in the sky above Zichen. At the same time, there was a huge black hole in the sky. Zichen snorted and stepped towards the black hole. But just as he took a step, his face suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. He saw that the Xingchen in the sky suddenly became extremely bright. Then starlight fell from the Xingchen one after another. These starlights were filled with powerful power. They were extremely dense and terrifying. They contained a strong killing intent. At this moment, Zichen actually felt the threat of death. The starlights fell from the sky. Zichen almost didn't have time to think too much. He directly took out the sword steel and blocked in front of him. The starlights fell on the sword steel and made a sonorous sound. Endless sparks splashed. At the same time, a strong force hit the sword steel and Zichen's body to the ground. During this time, Zichen tried to use the sword steel to resist and smashed the starlights. In the loud bang, the sword steel did smash the starlights. But when a starlight was destroyed, more starlights appeared and smashed towards the sword steel. The spirit-devouring rats had already hidden in the ground. The starlights fell from the sky, but when they were 2 meters away from the ground, they would automatically disappear. With a bang, Zichen was smashed to the ground by the starlights again. He gasped for breath. He had consumed a lot of energy just now. Beside him were 8 sword steels. On the sword steels were a large number of white spots left by the starlights. What a terrifying seal. Even you can't break it. The spirit-devouring rats came out from the ground and exclaimed, "It's not the seal that's powerful." Zichen looked up at the sky that had returned to normal. "If it's not the seal, then what is it?" The spirit-devouring rats asked curiously. "It's the rule." "The rule?" "Yes, the normal seal power can't stop me. Now I can only resist with the sword steel and can't fight back. The only possibility is the rule power." "Then what should we do?" The spirit-devouring rats asked again. Zichen shook his head and said, "There's no way. Unless we find a powerhouse that can resist the rule power." Zichen first thought of the Earth Origin Realm on the Ancient Road, but this place was too far away from the Ancient Road. ThunderClan's Wan Ling couldn't sense it. It was obviously not realistic to find such a powerhouse. "Let's go, follow me to the other 2 places." Zichen completely gave up here. The 2 once again arrived below the power of the sun, but the situation was the same as before. As long as Zichen didn't fly up, there wouldn't be any reaction. But once he tried to fly up and enter the sky, the power of the sun would fall from the sky and block Zichen. During this time, Zichen tried to use the sword steel to form a formation to attack, but it didn't have any effect. As Zichen said before, the decisive factor was the rule power. Helpless, Zichen had to give up on this place again. "Let's go to the Moon Clan's small world." The 2 changed places again. "Zichen, did you notice that these 4 small worlds correspond to 4 directions?" On the way, the spirit-devouring rats said. The 4 small worlds were separated by hundreds of miles, and there was a space of hundreds of miles in the middle. Zichen had noticed this, but it didn't prove anything. Suddenly Zichen's pupils shrank, and he stopped. 4 small worlds appeared in 4 directions. Could it be that something else will appear in the middle? Could it be the holy burial ground? It's going to appear again, and it's in the center of the 4 small worlds. Zichen had new doubts and guesses in his heart. But what puzzled Zichen was that the holy burial ground would appear. But why would these 4 small worlds appear together? The 2 soon arrived outside the Moon Clan's small world. Zichen looked up at the small world of the Moon Clan. There was a passage that led straight inside. During this time, Zichen didn't sense any sealing power. Zichen took a deep breath, and after a deep breath, he was fully prepared and soared into the sky again. But the scene of moonlight didn't appear as he imagined. The moonlight was still gentle, and there was no danger. "Come up, there's no danger," Zichen said to the spirit-devouring rats below. The spirit-devouring rats flew up, and the 2 figures flashed, entering the small world of the Moon Clan through the passage. Above the small world, a silver moon hung high in the sky, and the whole world was filled with extremely rich moon power. After Zichen entered, he felt slightly uncomfortable. This was a phenomenon of power rejection. But after he withdrew the power of the golden sun and the perfect power, leaving only the Yin lightning power, he felt much more comfortable. This world was beautiful, but it was dead silent, just like the Thunder Clan's trial ground. During this time, he found a few special places, but there were restrictions, and there was no danger. Going into the deepest part of this world, Zichen saw a huge city. This city was like a city of moonlight, and it was extremely beautiful. But outside the city, there were beautiful women in white guarding. Just like the Thunder City, this was the Moon City. The beautiful women in white were all puppets without any thoughts. What a pity, there's no one in such a big world. Such a big city, but there's a seal, and it can't recognize a master. The spirit-devouring rat sighed and complained. Suddenly it seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Moon power, since this place has moon power, why don't we let Yuer try?" Yuer was naturally Shangguan Yuer. She had this power. Hearing this, Zichen's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's go and find Yuer. It's getting better and better." Zichen found the Thunder God's finger and other soul weapons in the Thunder Clan's trial ground. There should be some good things in this place. The two left this world at the fastest speed, and then went straight to the small world beside the Thunder Clan's world. Light flashed, and the two entered this small world. As soon as Zichen and the spirit-devouring rats disappeared, a loud bang came from the center of the small world of the four royal families. This loud bang almost spread throughout the barbarian land, as if a huge monster was about to break out of the ground. When the rumbling sound came from the ground, at the center of the four small worlds, a blurry figure appeared. Chapter 1059. When the silhouette of the ancient castle appeared, there was also an oppressive aura that spread throughout the entire barbarian land. Sensing this aura, everyone felt as if a great calamity was about to appear. "This is the aura of the sacred burial ground. I didn't expect it to appear again." The sacred burial ground suddenly disappeared and hid in the void. "I didn't expect it to appear again after so many years." In the barbarian land, in a remote area with few people, a few indistinct voices suddenly rang out. "The appearance of the sacred burial ground will definitely bring about a calamity. We shouldn't stay here for long. The lightning divine palace has just disappeared, and the sacred burial ground has appeared again. This is really an eventful time." After these voices, several indistinct figures appeared. Their figures were blurry, but their speed was thousands of times faster than Zichen's. With a flash, they left this area. In the barbarian land, after the everlasting sect and other families felt the oppressive aura, their hearts became heavy. They immediately sent people to investigate. Roar! A deafening roar that shook the heavens sounded like a clap of thunder exploding beside one's ears, causing them to lose their hearing. Just as Zichen and the spirit-devouring rat entered the pocket world, a black shadow appeared in front of them. The black shadow was a giant beast. Its body was extremely large, like a small mountain. This was a giant beast that looked like a black ape, but it had the head of a tiger. It let out a tiger roar that shook the heavens. "Idiot, you scared me!" The small spirit-devouring rat shouted at the giant beast. Its entire body turned into a ray of white light as it charged towards the giant beast. After that, it was an extremely unbalanced battle. The spirit-devouring rat's strength had broken through to the mortal origin stage in the past few years. Its battle strength was extraordinary. However, in the battle with the giant beast, it didn't have the upper hand. The giant beast's movements seemed very clumsy, but its attacks were extremely fast and sharp. With a flash of black light, the spirit-devouring rat was sent flying. "Idiot, I'm going to kill you!" After losing in front of Zichen, the spirit-devouring rat felt embarrassed. With a flash of white light, it once again charged forward. Roar! The giant beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at the spirit-devouring rat. A materialized energy ripple spread towards the spirit-devouring rat. As the energy ripple passed, the spirit-devouring rat's extremely intelligent eyes suddenly showed a hint of confusion. Bang! With a flash of black light, the spirit-devouring rat was sent flying again. This time, its extremely powerful defense was actually broken through. Blood that emitted light fell to the ground and turned into sparkling pearls. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. That was because the giant beast had used a strange soul attack, just like Zichen's mantra. The giant beast was covered in black hair that was as fine and sharp as steel needles. At the same time, it had large fan-like hands, a long tail, and a tiger-like head. It was a strange extraterrestrial creature. Zichen had never seen it before, nor did he recognize it. However, it was extraordinarily strong. Even the spirit-devouring rat had suffered a small loss in front of it. It was clearly extraordinary. After sending the spirit-devouring rat flying, the giant beast's cold eyes fell on Zichen. Then, it waved its large hand and attacked Zichen. Bang! The two sides collided, and energy shook. Zichen punched out. The golden fist landed on the large black hand. The large black hand retreated like lightning, and a red rain of blood fell from the sky. It was Zichen's attack that had directly injured the giant beast. But was it just an injury? One had to know that although Zichen had used 80% of his strength in that attack, it definitely wouldn't have such an effect. Under normal circumstances, the other party was lucky to not die. No matter how strong the force was, the entire arm would explode. However, it didn't. The giant beast only had a fist mark on its palm. The giant beast was in pain. Its eyes became colder and colder. The aura around its body also became violent. Then, it rushed towards Zichen and raised its hand to attack. The two began to exchange blows in the air. Gold and black energy constantly collided and surged. After several attacks, the giant beast was sent flying by Zichen. At this moment, its body was already injured in many places, and many of its bones were broken. However, to be able to block so many of Zichen's attacks without dying, this giant beast should be proud of itself. "Let's end this," Zichen said indifferently. At the same time, he rushed towards the giant beast. "Wait, don't kill it!" A roar came from afar. Then, two rays of light arrived in front of Zichen. The first one was Longhu, followed by the flying divine tiger. Longhu shouted, "Zichen, don't kill it! It's still useful." "Useful?" Zichen looked at Longhu in confusion. "This is a Herculean tiger ape, a very strange beast. Its attack power is very strong, and its defense is not weak either. At the same time, it can attack the soul. It would be a pity to kill it. Are you going to tame it?" Zichen asked. "I'll use the soul seed technique on it, and then take it away from here." Longhu nodded. "The soul seed can suppress one's potential. If you take it back, you'll just take it as a powerful human origin realm cultivator. But it's not bad," Zichen said. "According to my inherited memory, the soul seed technique has been perfected. The situation that could harm one's potential will not happen again." After hearing Longhu's explanation, Zichen's eyes lit up. If that was the case, the soul seed technique would be perfect. Longhu turned around and looked down at the Herculean tiger ape. He said, "The soul seed technique used to harm the opponent's spiritual sense. However, the current soul seed technique is much more perfect." Longhu suddenly emitted a suppressive aura. It was the prestige of a supreme beast. The Herculean tiger ape shuddered when it sensed it. Its eyes were filled with fear. It then prostrated itself on the ground and kowtowed to the supreme beast. Zichen felt a mysterious force landing on the Herculean tiger ape. Then, the Herculean tiger ape stood up and bowed to Longhu. Then, it turned around and bowed to Zichen. "That's good." Zichen's eyes were filled with astonishment. "That's right. This is the unique ability of the supreme beasts. It's easy to use it with other abilities. However, it's an innate ability, so it can't be taught," Longhu said. Zichen nodded his head, indicating that he understood. The flying divine tiger laughed. "Another one. Let's go and find the next one. We'll find a few more of them and let them guard the entrance." The two beasts left at their fastest speed after bidding farewell to Zichen. "It's a good idea to capture such a big guy to guard the entrance," the spirit-devouring mouse said as it watched the Herculean tiger ape disappear into the distance. Looking at the small world in front of him, Zichen's eyes suddenly flickered. Longhu's action reminded him that Zichen had to do something before the great battle. Based on the current situation of the Wuji sect, what they lacked the most was the experts of the mortal Yuan realm. Zichen had always wanted to nurture some of them, However, after 10 years, the number of mortal Yuan realm experts was still pitifully low. On average, there was less than one every year. Right now, there was an opportunity to recruit more human origin stage cultivators. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had already thought it through. Although he didn't have Longhu's innate ability, he had something else. Manlong, bring Yuer to me. Zichen transmitted his voice to the dragon through his mind. In the depths of the small world, Manlong was exploring with a group of people. When he heard Zichen's voice, he was slightly startled. Then, he shifted his gaze to Shangguan Yuer. What's wrong? Everyone noticed Manlong's strange behavior. Zichen is here. He asked me to bring Yuer to him, Manlong said honestly. Everyone looked at Shangguan Yuer with an unknown emotion in their eyes. Su Mingyao's expression didn't change. She said directly, Then go quickly. Zichen might be looking for you for something urgent. Shangguan Yuer's face was slightly red. Then, she stepped on Manlong and left. She had to admit that every time Zichen asked her to go alone, it was a little awkward. Zichen. Manlong came over with Shangguan Yuer. Yuer, go to the Moon Clan's world with the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen explained as quickly as he could. Shangguan Yuer's eyes flickered. During this time, Zichen also told her how to take control of the city. Of course, he wasn't completely sure that Shangguan Yuer would be able to obtain the Moon City's approval. Don't worry. If I can't take control, there's still my sect. They should be very interested in this place. I'll go take a look first. Shangguan Yuer was pleasantly surprised. Zichen nodded and watched as Shangguan Yuer left. Zichen still had his own thoughts. He didn't want the Moon Clan's world to fall into someone else's hands. If that happened, the Boundless sect would lose the initiative. If Shangguan Yuer could take control, then she would be a member of the Boundless sect. At that time, the Boundless sect would have a lot of authority. Manlong, bring me to this world's mutated beasts, Zichen said to Manlong. Mutated beasts. That's right. After we find them, I'll use force to tame them. After that, release your pressure and force them to submit. Zichen looked into the distance. I want to create an army of mutated beasts at the mortal origin realm. Manlong understood Zichen's intentions and immediately sighed in admiration. Then it brought Zichen to where the mutated beasts were. Halfway there, it seemed to have thought of something and said, Let's go to Zhang Haotian first. He's hunting mutated beasts. We have to stop him. These mutated beasts will be our future army against the demon race. Let's go quickly. Manlong immediately changed directions and flew towards Zhang Haotian and the others. Just like that, Zichen began to create his own army of mortal origin realm cultivators. With his strength, and the Manlong, Longhu, and Flying Divine Tiger, the defeated mutated beasts had no choice but to agree. Thus, an army of mortal origin realm cultivators was formed in this small world. In the following time, Zichen's group split up and entered other small worlds to gather the mutated beasts. While Zichen was building his own army of mutated beasts, Shangguan Yuer was led by the spirit-devouring rats to the outskirts of the Moon City. The spirit-devouring rats were waiting in the distance. Shangguan Yuer walked forward. Her footwork was light, and she seemed to be very careful. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. She was getting closer and closer to the Moon City's restrictions. A group of white-clothed female guards appeared, but they didn't attack or stop Shangguan Yuer. Chapter 1060. After obtaining the token, Shangguan Yuer's face lit up with joy. After a simple refinement, the city gates opened with a thought. Similar to the situation in Thunder City, this place was also a training ground. The buildings inside were intact, but there was not a single person in sight. There were only mindless puppet guards. These puppet guards wore white robes and held swords in their hands. Their beautiful faces were expressionless. In just a short moment, Zichen had already told her everything about the moon token. Shangguan Yuer naturally knew what to do next. She entered the city gates and was about to enter the Sky City. However, she suddenly realized that there was no Sky City here. Why is there no Sky City? Shangguan Yue was puzzled. However, after understanding Zichen's meaning and sensing the token, she guessed where the things that Zichen was talking about were. In the central region, Shangguan Yue saw a city within a city. This city was surrounded by other places. It should be the place that Zichen was talking about. However, it was not the 3 entrances and 3 exits that Zichen mentioned. It was a single building, but it was very big. On both sides of the gate, there were female puppets. Shangguan Yue entered smoothly. After that, she saw the places that were sealed. Inheritance Palace, Soul Nurturing Palace, Book Collection Pavilion. The things that Zichen mentioned were all here. As for the things here, Zichen did not need anything else. The only thing he wanted was the things in the Soul Nurturing Palace. Therefore, she gave up on the impulse to enter the Inheritance Palace immediately. She turned and entered the Soul Nurturing Palace. As the palace gates opened, all kinds of shining lights entered her eyes. They were all soul weapons. They floated quietly in the air, waiting for their masters to come and take them. In the air, other than the soul weapons, there were also some soul stones that contained the power of the moon. Compared to the Thunder Soul Stones, these Moon Soul Stones were extremely rare and mysterious. Zichen understood the saying that a man's wealth was his own ruin. Shangguan Yue naturally understood it as well. The value of these soul stones and soul weapons was immeasurable. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Zichen had warned her before that once she found them, she should take them all. That's right, he wanted to take everything away, not leaving a single one behind. This was not because Zichen was stingy or selfish, but because Zichen knew Shangguan Yue's position in the Light Moon Pavilion. Although her position was not low, she definitely did not have any control over it. In fact, her words in the Light Moon Pavilion were not as useful as they were in the Wuji sect. Moreover, there was an Earth Origin stage cultivator in the Light Moon Pavilion. Normally, he was high and mighty, but after seeing these soul weapons and the Moon Soul Stones, Zichen didn't know if he would still act high and mighty. This was why Zichen had to take all of the Moon Soul Stones and Soul Spiritual Weapons, regardless of whether it was out of selfishness or apprehension. As instructed, after Shangguan Yue took everything away, she turned around and entered the Inheritance Palace. What followed was her private time. She was also extremely interested in the items in the Inheritance Hall. Moreover, these items were also of great use to the Moonlight Pavilion. Here, she naturally found the inheritance, and was quite satisfied. On the highest floor, she found 2 Xiantian technique inheritances, which surprised and delighted her. Zichen did not say that he wanted to take away these inheritances, and Shangguan Yue also wanted to leave some things for the sect, so she didn't take them away. After that, she entered the other places one by one. Among them, the library pavilion was extremely rich and comprehensive, which made her feel surprised and a little shocked. After a full 6 hours, she walked out of the city and saw the spirit-devouring rat waiting outside the city. She asked, "Why didn't you go in?" The spirit-devouring rat grinned and pointed at the puppet guards, saying, "I wanted to go in, but they didn't want to." Shangguan Yue immediately understood what was going on, and a trace of apology appeared in her eyes. "I just forgot about this. Why don't you go in now? I'll give you permission." The spirit-devouring rat raised its little paw and said, "No need, no need. By the way, did you find anything inside?" Shangguan Yue said truthfully, "I found a few spirit weapons and some Moon Soul Stones. According to Zichen's instructions, I brought them all out. That's all." The spirit-devouring rat's tone was obviously disappointed. "There were other things, but I didn't take them. Then there's food." The spirit-devouring rat's eyes lit up again. The things that could catch the spirit-devouring rat's eyes were all things with rich spiritual energy, and it was extremely picky. Ordinary things could not catch its eye. Shangguan Yue's face was apologetic again. "Sorry, I forgot. Why don't we go in again?" The spirit-devouring rat's eyes began to spin, and after thinking for 3 seconds, it nodded and said, "That's great. Let's go in quickly." In just 3 seconds, the spirit-devouring rat had thought carefully. The things here did not belong to Zichen, and they did not even belong to Shangguan. They belonged to the Light Moon Pavilion. The spirit-devouring rat had no impression of the Light Moon Pavilion, and it had only heard of its name. Thinking about giving away these things for free, it felt a little uncomfortable. Therefore, it decided to go in once and take some things that it could use. In its words, it would be a waste not to take them. The matter of recruiting the exotic beast army did not need Zichen to do it himself. Any one of the three beasts could do it beautifully. Therefore, Zichen left the small world and prepared to return to the Wuji sect to arrange some other things. However, as soon as he came out, he felt the oppressive aura that filled the world, which made him frown slightly. However, when he saw the illusory figure, Zichen's expression changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "The holy burial ground!" The holy burial ground did not appear, only an illusory figure. However, the aura emitted by the illusory figure was enough to shake the entire barbaric land. By the time Zichen arrived, many other forces had already arrived, including Wang Qiong. "What's going on?" Zichen landed beside Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It suddenly became like this." Seeing Zichen's arrival, the leaders of the other forces came one after another. When they were on good terms with him, they also asked about this matter. Of course, Zichen did not know. Since no one understood, they might as well leave it at that. The only thing they could do now was wait. Zichen asked Wang Qiong to take the people back because there were more things that needed to be arranged in the Wuji sect. Just like that, the people of the Wuji sect all retreated. However, there were experts guarding the entrances of the small worlds. The other forces were very envious of those small worlds, but no one dared to touch the Wuji sect's brows at this time. "Go and call the artifact refining elder." As soon as Zichen arrived at the Wuji sect, he asked someone to call the Lu clan's people. "Sect Master Zichen." The artifact refining elder came to the main hall and bowed respectfully to Zichen. "I called you here today to ask you to take some people to make some things. You have to be fast," Zichen said directly. "I don't know what it is." Zichen took out a token and threw it to him. "This is a voice transmission token. It's used for communication and identity authentication." The artifact refining elder looked at the token carefully. "This thing is not very complicated. It's just that some patterns need to be carefully carved. The sect has made some before, but some are not quite the same. I don't know how many sect master plans to make." Zichen did some calculations and said, "Let's make 1,000 first. Then, we'll make some more in case of emergencies." The artifact refining elder nodded and left. As soon as he walked out of the hall, the spirit-devouring rat flew in. "How is it?" Zichen looked at the spirit-devouring rat. "It's done," the spirit-devouring rat said excitedly. The spirit-devouring rat said excitedly. At the same time, it took out a spiritual ring and said, "This is what you asked me to bring to you. It's a soul weapon and a moon soul stone." After the spiritual ring recognized its owner, and sensing the things inside, Zichen was very satisfied. He nodded. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong and asked, "Where is Yuer?" "She went to the Light Moon Pavilion. She said she would bring some people here," Zichen said with a smile. "What an impatient person. But it's good to let the people of the Light Moon Pavilion go. They can improve their strength as soon as possible. When we fight against the demons in the future, we'll have one more powerful force." In all the small worlds of the mortal origin realm discovered by the Wuji sect, there was a very strange scene. A strong cultivator suddenly appeared in this world. When he saw a mortal origin realm beast, he would beat it violently without saying anything. When the beast was on the verge of death, the cultivator would stop and coldly give a choice. Submit or die. The strange beasts in the human origin stage were capable of thinking, and they could transform into human forms. They just didn't care about it normally. However, since the appearance of such a powerful being, they had no choice but to communicate with each other, and form an alliance of strange beasts to kill that human. Unfortunately, the human was too strong. Even if a group of beasts worked together, they were still no match for him. And because the beasts worked together, the human was able to subdue the beasts faster. The beast's army had been formed, and it was beginning to take shape. And all the beasts that submitted would receive a token. At the same time, they would attach a strand of their soul consciousness to the token to serve the owner of the token. Shangguan Yu went back personally to bring the news. The people of the Light Moon Pavilion also rushed to the Moon Clan's small world as fast as they could. They were all women in white clothes, and all of them were very beautiful. When they passed by the Wuji sect, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even shouted righteously, saying that they would escort these people and act as free guards. However, they were all rejected by Shangguan Yu. These women pursed their lips and chuckled. At the same time, they winked and flirted, causing many wolves to howl. However, when they arrived at the Moon Clan's small world, they all let go of their reservations and shouted loudly, because they were very satisfied with this place. How is this a training ground? It's basically a world. Moreover, there are all kinds of places to deal with different realms. It's even better than our Light Moon Pavilion. That's right. The only place in the Light Moon Pavilion that can compare to this place is probably the mysterious Forbidden Moonlight Grounds. The group of women chattered, clearly very satisfied with this place. This was especially so when they saw the Moon City that seemed to be in a fantasy. They all shouted that they had fallen in love with this place, but they refused to leave no matter what. The Moon Clan was very satisfied with this place and planned to move the entire pavilion here. However, before that, they naturally needed to greet the owner of this place, the Wuji sect's leader Zichen. Chapter 1061. As time passed, the negotiations between the various powers gradually came to an end. The powers that originally planned to send Earth Origin Realm cultivators to wipe out the Everlasting Sect also changed their minds. They still needed Earth Origin Realm cultivators, but they would no longer act alone. Instead, they would lead a large army. Other than the Earth Origin Realm, the Mortal Origin Realm and Core Origin Realm cultivators also moved out. That was the only way to show how powerful the various powers were. Furthermore, they were directly going to wipe out an entire region. They believed that from now on, the barbarian lands would disappear from the Martial Heaven continent, becoming the dust of history. Many years later, that dust would scatter and be forgotten by history. However, the matter of the various powers forcibly wiping out an entire region would become history. It would be passed down generation after generation. The various armies appeared from various places and headed towards the barbarian lands. However, the various transmission arrays near the barbarian lands had already been forcefully shut down by LV Peng. None of the major forces had brought any array masters with them, so this encirclement was destined to be a long process. At this moment, outside the Everlasting Sect, there was a group of special guests who came to visit Zichen. These were all female cultivators. They all wore white clothes and were all young and beautiful. When they arrived at the gate, they immediately caused a commotion. Who is it? Outside the gate, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Following that, two huge creatures appeared, emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. Feeling this aura, the Guan Yu Pavilion disciples in front of the mountain gate all had shocked expressions on their faces. At such a close distance, that tyrannical aura caused their beautiful faces to turn pale. They had naturally seen human origin realm cultivators before. The reason why they were shocked was because the guardians of the gate were all at the human origin realm. Furthermore, they were beasts at the human origin realm. This was too inconceivable. Apart from being shocked, the female disciples' faces were also filled with amazement. We are here to visit sect leader Zichen. The female leader of the group, a human origin realm cultivator, suppressed the shock in her heart and spoke to the two Herculean tiger apes in front of the gate. Facing the Herculean tiger apes that were emitting a tyrannical aura, she was still able to speak. Greetings, sect leader. Do you have an invitation? The Herculean tiger apes asked coldly. The volume of their voices was like rolling thunder, bringing endless pressure. I don't have an invitation, but I am Shangguan Yu's master. Even if I can't see sect leader Zichen, seeing Shangguan Yu is also good. The female leader said. Senior brothers, don't scare them. That's right, senior brother. They are from the Light Moon Pavilion and are our allies. Senior brother, let these junior sisters in. Without waiting for the mighty tiger ape to speak again, the disciples of the everlasting sect, whose eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, began to speak one after another. The Herculean tiger ape had been guarding the mountain gate for a few days. When this huge creature appeared, it gave them a fright. However, after they became familiar with it, they started to call it senior brother. Although they were calling it senior brother now, their hearts were already filled with disdain. Exotic beasts were still exotic beasts no matter what realm they were at. They didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Indeed, only exotic beasts could do such a stupid thing to block such a group of delicate beauties from entering. Fortunately, they were well aware that the Herculean tiger ape was a simpleton and didn't understand the ways of the world. As such, they had already gone to inform Shangguan Yuer. As for Sect Master Zichen, they also wanted to inform him, but that was only if they could see him. At this moment, in the hearts of the everlasting sect's disciples, Zichen was a lofty and mysterious existence. Master, senior sister, it's you. Shangguan Yuer, who had received the news, rushed over. When she saw the people from the Light Moon Pavilion, her face immediately lit up with joy. Yuer! Senior sister Yuer! When they saw Yuer, the group of female disciples heaved a sigh of relief. The Herculean tiger ape gave them too much pressure. Ada Aer, they are my disciples! When she saw the two exotic beasts blocking the mountain gate, Shangguan Yuer naturally understood what had happened. The two Herculean tiger apes glanced at Shangguan Yuer and nodded. Although they hadn't been guarding the mountain gate for a long time, they had gotten to know all the higher-ups of the everlasting sect. Among them, the everlasting sect Master Zichen's confidants were deeply engraved in their hearts. This was because these confidants had extraordinary strength. Other than that, they were followed by powerful fellows. If they weren't divine beasts, then they were supreme beasts. Their grades were much higher than the Herculean tiger apes. With Shangguan Yuer leading the way, the rest of the journey was smooth and unobstructed. On the way, the disciples of the everlasting sect that they met all bowed respectfully to Shangguan Yuer. Shangguan Yuer nodded her head in response. In such a big everlasting sect, everyone was extremely respectful to Shangguan Yuer. This really made her other senior and junior sisters envious. One had to know that the everlasting sect was currently the biggest sect in the entire barbarian land. Moreover, the elders of the Light Moon Pavilion had once said that the everlasting sect only lacked earthly origin realm experts. Once any of the important figures of the Light Moon Pavilion broke through to the earthly origin realm, their influence would not be any weaker than those aristocratic families that had existed for more than 100,000 years. Is Sect Master Zichen here? On the way, Shangguan Yuer's senior sister asked. Yes, he must be here. Furthermore, he is already waiting in the main hall. Shangguan Yuer smiled. When she heard that someone from the Light Moon Pavilion had come, she had already arranged everything. She even asked someone to inform Zichen, who was in seclusion, to wait in the main hall. In the main hall, Zichen received everyone. In addition to Shangguan Yuer's master, there were a few other familiar faces. Zichen had met all those years ago in Sungli City. However, at that time, Zichen was still the target of ridicule. Many years later, Zichen was already a sect master with limitless potential. Sect Master Zichen, this time, I am here on behalf of the Light Moon Pavilion to thank you, Shangguan Yuer's master said. Zichen smiled and said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. All of this was done by Yuer. After a simple greeting, the two sides discussed the future direction of the Light Moon Pavilion. The Light Moon Pavilion would move into the Moon Clan's small world, and it was necessary to inform Zichen. Of course, not everyone would move. Those below the true energy realm would still stay in the Light Moon Pavilion. Today was just a visit. There were still many things to deal with in the Light Moon Pavilion. Zichen was also very busy, so they did not want to disturb Zichen. They stood up and said goodbye. However, they also promised that if the Wuji sect was in danger, the Earth Yuan realm experts of the Light Moon Pavilion would not stand by and do nothing. Zichen asked them to stay, but they insisted on leaving. Zichen sent them out of the main hall, and then Shangguan Yu did the same. On the way to the little world of the Yu clan, the other girls were walking in front, chatting non-stop. Shangguan Yu's master, however, was walking behind a female disciple. However, at this moment, she asked in the tone of an elder, "Senior master, what did you see?" The female disciple's cultivation level was only at the core realm. However, to be called martial ant by a mortal realm expert, she was obviously more powerful than that. She looked back at the Wuji sect and said, "Very unusual. Unusual. From the sect master to the strange beasts guarding the mountain gate, they are all unusual. If I'm not wrong, Zichen has already sensed my presence the moment I entered the main hall." "How is that possible, martial ant?" The woman smiled and said, "There's nothing impossible about that. Zichen has already achieved so much in a short 300 years. He's already an extraordinary existence. Moreover, look at those around him. The Longhu Sovereign, the Azure Dragon, the Winged Divine Tiger, and a unique spirit-devouring rat. That spirit-devouring rat is still in its growth stage, but it already has an extraordinary ability to find treasures. It's clearly also of a pure bloodline." After a pause, the girl continued, "And his friends. Zhang Haotian has obtained the inheritance of killing. His strength is not to be underestimated. The demon ape is a sky-splitting battle ape. Lu Ping's attainments and formations can be said to be at the Grandmaster level. Although we haven't seen that monk this time, a monk who can control the power of the mantra is naturally extraordinary. Apart from that, even his female friends are not ordinary people. That Su Mengyao must have obtained the true inheritance of the ethereal inaction Dao. Her position in the ethereal sect is definitely not low, and her future is limitless. As for that Wang Xianer, we haven't seen her yet, but it is said that she has already condensed the heart of the sword. In addition to the sword steel that Zichen obtained, he will definitely be in existence with the heart of the sword. As for that Lin Shui, although she is not outstanding yet, she has obtained the inheritance of Qing Nu. Qing Nu had an absolutely superior position in the Wuji sect. She also has a Yuer, so we can all guess what she will achieve in the future." A shocked expression appeared on Shangguan Yu's master's face. She said, "Doesn't that mean that no matter if it is Zichen's women, brothers, or mounts, none of them are ordinary people? That's only natural. Have you ever seen an extraordinary person surrounded by mortals? Have you ever seen an expert surrounded by mediocre characters?" The girl seemed to have made up her mind. She said, "Therefore, the Wuji sect cannot be offended. Even if they do not have an earthly origin realm cultivator, once they have an earthly origin realm cultivator, it is equivalent to having another powerful existence that can casually slaughter earthly origin realm cultivators." After the people from the Guanyu Pavilion finished their visit, the people from the ethereal sect arrived a few days later. This time, it was the ethereal old man who came. Many years later, because of the changes in this area, his strength had broken through again, reaching the mortal origin realm. Su Mengyao brought the ethereal old man to see Zichen. No matter if it was Zichen or Su Mengyao, this old man was greatly indebted to them. The ethereal old man came to warn Zichen that the Wuji sect might be in trouble recently. Besides that, he also told Zichen that if there was a need, the ethereal sect would lend a helping hand, even sending an earthly origin realm cultivator. The ethereal sect having an earthly origin realm cultivator was somewhat out of Zichen's expectations. However, it was also reasonable because this was an extremely mysterious sect. When the Wuji sect was the strongest sect in the world, they did not even chase away the ethereal sect. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. More accurately speaking, no matter if it was the ethereal sect or the Guanyu Pavilion, they were both forces that had existed for a very long time. They were not formed in the past 10,000 years. Su Mengyao had already sensed the danger in advance, so the Wuji sect had already made all the necessary preparations for battle. The only thing they lacked was an earthly origin realm cultivator. With the promise of the ethereal sect and the Guanyu Pavilion, the last problem was solved. Chapter 1062. Pressure. Zichen felt a great deal of pressure, and this was even after the projection of the Saint Burial Ground had appeared. Apart from Zichen, everyone else also felt an unusual aura. The projection of the Saint Burial Ground seemed to be about to materialize. The aura it released was even stronger, and the pressure was even more intense. Whether it was Su Mengyao or the Floating Mist sect, they both predicted that the Boundless sect would be in trouble soon, and that it would involve the destruction of the sect. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Zichen. He abandoned all social activities and focused on closed-door cultivation. The Boundless sect continued to be managed by Wang Qiong, while Shang Haotian, the Demon Ape, Lu Peng, and the others headed to the various smaller worlds to build up the Boundless sect's beast army. As for the others, they were also making good use of the time to cultivate, striving to break through again before the trouble arrived. The earthly Yuan warrior in the Light Moon Pavilion suppressed her aura and entered the small world of the Moon Clan. She was very sensitive to the aura of the Saint's Burial Ground. It seemed like she was being targeted. During this time, Shangguan Yu also took out 2 spiritual weapons and gave them to the Light Moon Pavilion. As for herself, she kept one for herself. At the same time, she also asked the blacksmith of the Wuji sect to make a new spiritual weapon for her. The Thunder Spirit hadn't come out since entering the Thunder Clan's small world. He'd been in closed-door cultivation in the Sea of Lightning. This time, Zichen had decided to go into closed-door cultivation in the Sea of Lightning as well. Lightning surged violently in the Sea of Lightning. Just a few bolts of lightning could transform into a lightning dragon. When Zichen arrived, the Thunder Clan's mortal origin realm cultivators were having a great time fighting the lightning dragon. When they saw Zichen arrive, they all attacked and destroyed the lightning dragon, then saluted Zichen. "Patriarch, are you here to cultivate?" Zichen nodded. "I'm going into closed-door cultivation until I break through." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zichen's figure flashed and charged towards the Sea of Lightning. When he was still 100 meters away, a lightning dragon appeared and roared, charging madly at Zichen. All the human origin stage warriors opened their eyes wide, waiting to see how their clan leader would kill the Thunder Dragon with ease. However, they were disappointed. Zichen didn't take the initiative to attack. The Thunder Dragon smoothly reached him and entangled Zichen. At the same time, Zichen entered the Sea of Lightning amidst the flashing lightning. It was unknown whether he was forcibly dragged in by the lightning dragon or had rushed in by himself. With a flash of lightning, Zichen's figure vanished, leaving behind the crowd of Origin Realm cultivators looking at each other. When he entered the Sea of Lightning, Zichen felt a wave of pressure from the lightning. There was lightning everywhere in the Sea of Lightning, and the rampaging lightning power surged endlessly. Zichen advanced 1,000 meters in one go. During this time, half of the lightning dragon coiled around him had disappeared. Strands of lightning power passed through Zichen's skin and entered his body, being absorbed by his body until the entire lightning dragon disappeared. After 1,000 meters, another 1,000 meters. Although he hadn't reached his limit yet, he could feel that if he went any deeper, it would affect his cultivation speed. Thus, he sat down cross-legged and the golden lightning seal between his brows suddenly disappeared. The moment the lightning seal disappeared, the sound of rolling thunder came from all directions. Then, one after another, the lightning turned into lightning dragons and wreaked havoc toward Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's body was also releasing lightning. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the midst of the lightning, he was like a motionless lightning dragon. When the other lightning dragons came in contact with Zichen, they didn't explode violently. Instead, they attached themselves to Zichen's body. However, the invisible aura of lightning released by the lightning dragons was still frightening. Only someone with a strong physique like Zichen could withstand it. If it was anyone else, they would have been blasted to pieces by the powerful aura released by the lightning dragons. With the lightning dragons wrapped around his body, Zichen began to absorb the lightning power in them bit by bit. After a lightning dragon was completely absorbed, the lightning power in it would be completely refined and turned into perfect Yuan energy, allowing him to make another breakthrough in his strength. Zichen's strength was already at the peak of the middle stage of the Mortal Yuan stage. he was only a step away from the late stage. That was why he came here to cultivate in seclusion. This lightning sea was specially built for the mortal Yuan stage of the lightning clan. Zichen's cultivation speed inside was many times faster than outside. In the Wuji sect, everyone was busy. After the other clans felt the pressure, they came to negotiate with the Wuji sect many times. However, almost no results were obtained. Because no one knew whether the pressure came from the Saint burial ground or from the outside world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this period of time, Zichen cultivated day and night. The number of lightning dragons he refined was uncountable. The perfect yuan energy in his abdomen had finally reached a state of saturation. It seemed that a breakthrough was only a matter of time. However, this situation was already like this 5 days ago. But after 5 days, Zichen still hadn't made a breakthrough. This was not his bottleneck, so he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was still refining the lightning dragons and purifying the perfect yuan energy in abdomen. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Zichen, who had his eyes closed, refined another lightning dragon. At the same time, he subconsciously refined the next one. These days, this action had become a habit. The newly refined perfect elemental energy entered Zichen's dantian, and the fully saturated elemental energy in his dantian finally started to vibrate at this moment. Following that, the perfect elemental energy started to vibrate, and wave after wave of energy started to spread out from the inside, creating a huge ripple. At the same time, a powerful suction force came from Zichen's body. He was like a hungry passerby, wanting to devour all the food in sight. At this moment, the surrounding lightning energy was Zichen's food. Pen. 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 Under the powerful suction force, the lightning dragons coiling around Zichen instantly exploded. At the same time, the lightning dragons near Zichen also exploded. A storm of lightning energy appeared in the next moment. Zichen was in the eye of the storm, madly absorbing this lightning energy. In addition to the lightning dragons, many high-grade yuan liquids appeared at the same time. After these liquids appeared, they also exploded. The rich and pure yuan energy within was forcibly torn apart and swallowed by the storm of lightning energy, and then absorbed by Zichen. The storm of lightning energy spread, shaking the entire sea of lightning. The entire sea of lightning became extremely unstable because of Zichen's breakthrough. The lightning energy within was even more violent than before. In the sea of lightning, 2 rays of light flew out one after another. It was Laming and Laming. Seeing the storm of lightning energy and sensing the powerful and familiar aura within, Laming was pleasantly surprised. He broke through. Zichen broke through. He's in the late stage of the mortal realm. Laming was naturally very happy and excited that Zichen had broken through. However, Laming's expression was extremely gloomy. He said angrily, "Damn it! How did he break through so quickly? I'm only in the middle stage. How did he break through so quickly?" Laming was obviously very angry at Zichen's breakthrough, but when he saw the storm of lightning energy within the sea of lightning grow larger and larger, he immediately released his perception. Then, his expression changed greatly. Damn it, he's trying to take advantage of the fact that he needs a huge amount of elemental energy to crazily absorb the surrounding lightning energy. He's taking advantage of the gap in the rules. He's cheating. Lei Ling suddenly jumped up in exasperation. What gap in the laws? Laming asked, puzzled. As for Laming being so agitated, he had long since become accustomed to it. As long as one was a member of the everlasting sect, there was no one who didn't know about the enmity between him and Zichen. When breaking through, the body will need an extremely large amount of pure energy. This energy needs to be absorbed from the outside world. Normally, this energy needs to be refined, so the absorption speed will be very slow. However, when breaking through, there will be invisible laws descending from the heavens and earth. Under these laws, the huge amount of energy that the body lacks will instantly transform into energy within the body. Don't ask me why this is, because when it comes to laws, everything is very mysterious. Laming explained. When Zichen breaks through in the sea of lightning, he directly turns his body into the eye of the storm. Like a bottomless pit, he starts to madly absorb the lightning energy. In an instant, the lightning energy is refined into perfect yuan energy. Therefore, the longer Zichen stays in the eye of the storm, the more perfect yuan energy he will be able to absorb. Therefore, after breaking through, his cultivation will increase crazily, unlike others who still have to stabilize their cultivation after breaking through. Laming's eyes lit up as he said, "There is such a thing? Doesn't that mean that if he crazily absorbs the lightning energy, his strength will increase by another realm?" Laming said, "In theory, that is the case. However, the suction force formed by the power of laws has a time and range limit. If Zichen was in an ordinary place with dense spiritual energy, then although he would form a spiritual energy storm, whether it was the scale or the density of the lightning energy, it would be much worse than now. That is to say, as long as he is in an area with dense spiritual energy when breaking through, then his cultivation will increase by a large amount. Of course not. In addition to these reasons, there is also the constitution. If the constitution is weak and the body isn't strong, then when a huge amount of energy is absorbed into the body, not only will it not be immediately converted into yuan energy, but it will also directly cause the body to explode because of absorbing too much energy. Lei Ming understood this explanation. It was like a person who could only eat one steamed bun at a time. If he was given 10 steamed buns and forced to swallow them, he would probably choke to death. The power of laws could also allow one to swallow 10 steamed buns at a time, but once they entered the body, they would not be able to digest them and would immediately explode. If it was yuan energy, then it would immediately explode. Sure enough, the huge commotion caused by Zichen's breakthrough only lasted for a few breaths before the expanding energy storm showed signs of dissipating. Finally, when the invisible power of laws dissipated, the lightning storm also exploded with a loud bang. The powerful aura released by Zichen's body was still there, but it was much stronger than before. I knew it. In just a few breaths, he has absorbed at least 10 years of bitter cultivation left. Lei Ming said in an extremely dissatisfied tone after sensing Zichen's aura. Chapter 1063. Using the boundless lightning energy as the foundation for breaking through, one could absorb the lightning energy crazily, stabilizing one's realm and bringing it to the next level. This was something that Zichen had unintentionally come into contact with in the lightning divine temple. In a short 50 years, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds because of the lightning energy crazily absorbed in the lightning divine temple. The lightning power there was even purer and more refined than the lightning power in the Sea of Lightning. Zichen's absorption speed was even faster. At that time, it could no longer be considered absorption. It was more like devouring. The lightning power was endless. As long as he could absorb it, it would continue to appear. With the experience from last time, Zichen had chosen to break through in the lightning sea with the same intention. Although the effects of this breakthrough were far inferior to the lightning divine temple, Zichen was still very satisfied. At the very least, he had stepped into the late stage of the human core realm and stabilized his realm. Next, he would stride towards the peak of the human core realm and break through to the earth core realm. Lightning surged around his body. Zichen's battle prowess had increased tenfold because of his breakthrough. The current him dared to fight an earth core realm expert. Zichen walked out of the lightning sea and saw the expressions of the two. Lei Ming excitedly said, "Zichen, congratulations on your breakthrough." Zichen nodded and smiled. Then, he saw the pursed lips of the lightning spirit. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and kicked the lightning spirits, but with a flash of light, the lightning spirit was sent flying. Zichen's voice sounded, "Don't be lazy. Hurry up and cultivate." The lightning spirit plunged into the lightning sea, and its roar was drowned out by the thousands of lightning bolts. No matter how long the road was, there would be a day when it came to its end. The various forces finally passed through the demon territory, the Yao territory, and then the Bedlam lands, and finally found the savage lands by flying. As soon as they appeared, they felt the oppressive aura that filled the area. Everyone, from the Earth Core realm to the Core realm, had a change in expression at this moment. According to the original plan, after they entered the Savage Land, they would start slaughtering all the way to the Wuji sect. However, the oppressive aura that even Earth origin stage cultivators felt made them give up on the idea of slaughtering billions of creatures. They decided to go to the Wuji sect first. Along the way, when they learned that the Everlasting Sect Master Zichen had returned, they surrounded him and headed towards the Everlasting Sect. Along the way, what they saw the most wasn't how desolate and dilapidated this barbarian land was, but the entrances and exits of various small worlds. There were so many small worlds here that even the Earth Origin realm cultivators were surprised. In the end, they had to admit that they had underestimated this barbarian land. It was definitely not a coincidence that this barbarian land was once glorious. Who would have thought that there would be such dense spiritual chi in this barbarian land? I didn't expect there to be so many small worlds in the barbarian lands. Furthermore, the requirement for one's cultivation is quite high. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? After the various factions arrived, there were too many things that they had never expected to see. This place was filled with an unusual aura. As they approached the Wuji sect, the density of the spiritual chi in the air was beyond imagination. The density of the spiritual chi was comparable to that of a cultivation holy land. This was something that they had never expected. The place where the pressure is coming from is the saint's burial ground. It is said to be the burial ground of a saint. It is extremely mysterious. There are only 4 saints' burial grounds in the entire Tianwu continent. Now that one has suddenly appeared, I'm afraid there will be something unexpected. On the way here, some of the local cultivators had already gathered information about this place. Indeed, the saint's burial ground is known as the most mysterious place in the entire Tianwu continent. Since we are lucky enough to encounter it, we should go and investigate. Leave one person to lead the team and destroy the Wuji sect. The rest of you will follow us to investigate. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators quickly reached an agreement. One Earth Origin Realm cultivator would stay behind and the rest would go to the saint's burial ground. Soon, they arrived at the saint's burial ground. When they saw the illusory image of the huge castle, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying pressure. It actually makes me tremble. It is already so powerful before it even takes shape. I think it will be even more powerful and terrifying after it takes shape. The huge castle had completely appeared, and it was showing signs of materialization. It would not be long before it appeared. The Earth Origin Realm cultivators began to investigate the surroundings of the castle. From time to time, they would launch 1 or 2 attacks to test it out. Outside the Wuji sect, the Human Origin Realm and Dan Origin Realm cultivators had already surrounded the place. The next step was to break the formation and kill them. An Earth Origin Realm cultivator was floating in the air, looking down at the Wuji sect. Beside him were 3 late-stage Human Origin Realm cultivators. Zichen had killed too many Origin Realm cultivators, so he had successfully attracted a lot of hatred. When they heard that they were going to destroy Zichen's sect, and that they might even be killed by Zichen, they volunteered themselves to follow along. Who is it? A loud shout came from the Wuji sect, and then a huge figure appeared. The Herculean tiger ape was the first one to appear. When it saw the many humans above, its expression changed. It immediately called for its companions, and at the same time, it sent out a signal as fast as it could. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Wuji sect? Piss off! The loud shout came again. 4 Herculean tiger apes rushed out of the mountain gate, and jumped into the air, launching powerful attacks. Pun. 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 Light flashed, and energy clashed. Explosions came from the sky. The 4 Herculean tiger apes rushed up, but they were blown back as fast as they could. They crashed into the formation and landed in front of the mountain gate. Then, the Herculean tiger apes spat out blood, and their eyes were filled with shock. In just one attack, the 4 Herculean tiger apes had been defeated, and the attackers were only 3 Human Origin Realm cultivators. Enemy attack! Then, a sharp scream came from the Herculean tiger apes. Obviously, they had realized that these humans were not ordinary. The sound of air breaking came from the Wuji sect, and beams of light started to flash. Soon, many powerful cultivators of the Wuji sect gathered in front of the mountain gate. When they saw the densely packed powerful cultivators in the sky, their expressions changed. There are so many people here, and we didn't notice anything. What of the people we sent to watch them for? A leader said angrily. The two sides were separated by a formation. With the formation's protection, the Wuji sect's people were not happy. Since the enemy dared to come here, they must have come prepared. Sure enough, the next moment, a shout came from the sky. Zichun, come out and die! The cold and murderous voice spread throughout the Wuji sect, and the Wuji sect's disciples fell into panic. The demon ape was the first to appear. When it saw the middle-aged man, its pupils shrank, and it said in a low voice, Earth Origin Realm. Wan Qiong followed closely behind the demon ape, and his expression was not good either. Tell Zichun to come out and die, or the entire sect will be destroyed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator finally spoke, but his voice was lazy, as if he didn't care at all. It was as if Zichun was just a cat or a dog in his eyes. Indeed, Zichun was only at the human origin realm. No matter how heaven-defying a human origin realm cultivator was, he would not be a match for an Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Zichun saw the Earth Origin Realm cultivator in the sky, and his expression changed. However, his thoughts were completely different from the others. He was puzzled as to why there was only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Although he had already guessed that the major factions would seek revenge, why was there only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator? One had to know that there were 3 spiritual bodies here, but there was only one Earth Origin Realm cultivator. However, even though he was puzzled, Zichun was still secretly delighted. This was because he could still deal with an Earth Origin Realm cultivator if he used all his skills. As for the Mortal Origin Realm cultivator and the Dan Origin Realm cultivator, Zichun did not care about them at all. Even if they surrounded the entire Wuji sect, Zichun wouldn't be afraid of them, let alone the fact that they had the advantage in numbers. Sect Master! Seeing Zichun appear, everyone's eyes fell on Zichun. Their faces were filled with nervousness and anticipation. Zichun had created countless miracles along the way. They were all hoping that Zichun could create another miracle at this moment. Zichun nodded and walked out of the seal. You are Zichun. Above, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator coldly stared at Zichun. Naturally, he knew who Zichun was. At this moment, he was using such a tone to express his disdain. Zichun, today is the day you die. Not only will you die, but your Wuji sect will also be destroyed today. The 3 spirit bodies also opened their mouths. The anger and hatred in their voices were perfectly expressed. In everyone's mind, after Zichun appeared, he would definitely ask who they were and what they were doing here. Wasn't it shameful for an Earth Origin Realm cultivator to fight against a human Origin Realm cultivator? They thought that Zichun would use harsh words to question or humiliate the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After all, Zichun was a harsh person. As for begging for mercy, they never thought of it. After all, Zichun was their mortal enemy. There was no such thing as begging for mercy. However, no matter how they guessed, they could not guess what Zichun would do when he saw the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. And this time, he would attack. As soon as Zichun walked out of the seal, before he could say a word, everyone saw his figure suddenly become blurry, like a phantom. Boom! Before everyone could react, a loud explosion came from beside them. Then, a golden wave spread out in all directions. The 3 spirits were the first to bear the brunt of the impact, and were sent flying far away. In the air, Zichun's figure reappeared. He stood in front of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator and launched a powerful attack. He actually took the initiative to attack. This scene was completely out of everyone's expectations. Boundless golden light flashed. Zichun's first attack was the close combat combo technique. His golden figure kept changing, and all kinds of physical attacks were displayed. The powerful force broke through the air and hit the Earth Origin Realm cultivator in front of him. Under this series of attacks, all sorts of energy explosions rang out one after another. Wave after wave of terrifying energy appeared in front of the two of them, and then rushed out in all directions. Chapter 1064. Close Quarters Combat Techniques referred to close quarters combat. Every part of the body was capable of launching an extremely sharp and terrifying attack. The golden light kept flashing. Zichen's attack was very beautiful, but it was also very ruthless. Once Zichen got close to a spirit body of the same level, he would launch a close-range combo attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. At this moment, Zichen was performing such a beautiful combo on an Earth Origin stage cultivator. While the Wuji sect was shocked, they also let out thunderous cheers. However, the cheering only lasted for 3 breaths before it disappeared completely. It was as if all the people who were cheering had been strangled. In midair, Zichen's attacks were magnificent. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and the sounds of his attacks were like thunder. However, in front of him, the Earthly Origin Realm cultivator was standing there, indifferent and disdainful as he stared at Zichen. Between the two of them, there was a transparent light shield separating them. Although Zichen's beautiful attacks were very powerful, they couldn't break through the transparent light shield. They couldn't even shake it. What an idiot! This is a light shield formed by the power of rules. Who does he think he is? The difference between the human realm and the earthly realm is like the difference between heaven and earth. It's impossible for him to fight against someone who is stronger than him. Under the power of rules, everything is just an ant. Seeing this, the 3 spirit bodies sneered. At the same time, the human realm cultivators from the big sects also laughed. Overestimating himself was the best way to describe Zichen. However, Zichen didn't seem to hear the mockery around him. He was still attacking crazily until he finished a combo. His breathing became rapid and he stopped. Hundreds and thousands of powerful attacks didn't achieve the expected result. The light shield was still there. Seeing Zichen tired, the earthly realm cultivator asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You stopped?" Zichen didn't say anything. Earth Yuan continued, "Everyone says that you are unparalleled. I'm very curious, so I want to see it for myself. Continue attacking, let me see how strong you are." Earth Origin Boundary had a playful expression on his face, but his expression suddenly turned cold. His voice also became cold. "But if you give up attacking, then I can guarantee that you will die in the next moment." This was a real threat. If he didn't attack, he would die. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Zichen to death. In the distance, mocking laughter rang out once more. Then, the cultivators of each faction put on an expression as if they were watching a monkey show. "I'll kill you!" A loud shout rang out from below. It was the devil ape, who couldn't bear to see Zichen being humiliated. It was furious and was about to step forward. "Demonic ape, stand down!" A cold spiritual sense exploded from the devil ape's sea of consciousness. The devil ape's charging figure immediately stabilized, and its angry face was full of unwillingness. Zichen didn't explain. After taking a deep breath, he launched another attack. Once again, a beautiful attack was launched, but the effect was the same as before. He couldn't break through the defense formed by the rules, even if it was just a trace of them. "Haha, keep attacking, keep attacking. Remember, once you stop, it will be the time of your death." Earth Yuan laughed carelessly. He wanted to humiliate Zichen. Once he was done, he would kill him. The second set of attacks was quickly completed. It was another hundreds and thousands of attacks. Naturally, there was no defense. Zichen's breathing became rapid. This was a sign that he had used up a lot of energy. His forehead was already covered in sweat. He gasped for breath, and his eyes stared at Earth Yuan in front of him, full of unwillingness. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling and helpless? Do you want to kill yourself? Continue, don't stop or else." Earthly Yuan Realm once again mocked, but this time, before he could finish speaking, he saw a vicious glint flash across Zichen's eyes. This vicious glint even contained a hint of madness. For some reason, even though earthly Yuan realm knew that Zichen would not be able to harm him, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. In the next moment, an object appeared in Zichen's hand. It was a rectangular block that shone brightly like a brick. Zichen grabbed it in his hand, and viciously smashed it forward. As the brick moved forward, a loud sword hum sounded out. The bright light it released turned into thousands of sword lights in the next moment. Pun! The brick landed on the light barrier, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. A terrifying force rushed into the light barrier, causing it to distort and tremble violently. This sight caused a strange expression to appear on the earthly Yuan stage practitioner's face. However, after seeing that the light barrier had not been destroyed, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he only needed a tenth of a breath's time to restore the light barrier to its original state. Unfortunately, Zichen didn't intend to give it to his opponent in such a short time. A light flashed from the side, and Zichen's other hand also appeared with a brick. He held the brick in the same position, and with the same force as before, he smashed it on the same spot on the light barrier. The light barrier, which was already violently distorting, was hit by such a powerful blow before it could even recharge. The light barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally reached its limit, and with a loud bang, it exploded. After the two bricks on the light barrier were destroyed, Earth Yuan was revealed. At this moment, Earth Yuan's face was filled with disbelief and shock. This shock caused him to be stunned for less than a tenth of a breath's time. At this moment, Earth Yuan felt his vision darken. A stone wall, which was as large as a mountain, viciously smashed towards his face. The stone wall emitted thousands of sword lights, and thousands of sword hum rang out in his ears. Almost without any warning, he was smashed by the stone wall. Pun! The fully enlarged sword steel hit Earth Yuan, and with a loud bang, his face instantly became a bloody mess, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, the powerful blow from the sword steel forced Earth Yuan to take 5 steps back. But just as he took 4 steps back, his vision turned black again, and another sword steel appeared in front of him. Pun! Then, there was another loud bang. Of the 9 sword steels, Zichen had lost 1, and there were 8 left. Besides the 2 that had turned into bricks, there were 6 that could be used to attack. Thus 6 loud bangs rang out in the sky. Pun! 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 After the 6 explosions, the Earth Origin disciple was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the sword steel. There was a large amount of blood in the air as he flew backward. His body became unstable in the air, and then he fell to the ground. In a flash, Zichen attacked 8 times in a row, and after the 8 attacks, only a breath's time had passed. In just a breath's time, the situation had changed. Earth Yuan had been smashed away, and this made everyone present fall into a state of shock and petrification. The reason for that was because the scene before them had truly surpassed common sense. It was truly inconceivable. In that sort of situation, it was as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, the shocked crowd had a deep respect for Zichen. The world was silent for 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, there was no sound at all. But after 3 seconds, an exasperated and murderous voice rang out. "Little bastard, I will kill you!" It was Earth Yuan's voice. His opponent was still full of qi, and did not look weak at all. Zichen's nervous expression changed again. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Earth Yuan is not that easy to kill. He had calculated carefully, and caught his opponent off guard. If it was a human Yuan spirit, he might have been able to kill a few of them. But against an Earth Yuan spirit, he only made his opponent look a little embarrassed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator flew up again. His face was still covered in blood and flesh, but he was not seriously injured. The murderous aura around him was so strong that it even made the Grand Protective Array tremble. Go to hell! His opponent rushed towards Zichen without any hesitation, and attacked him fiercely. Swoosh! On Zichen's back, the heavenly thunder wings stretched out. These were the 4 wings after the fusion. As the wings vibrated, a force appeared, and Zichen disappeared from where he was. The place where he was just standing was instantly turned into a black hole. The horrifying energy spread out through the black hole, causing the protective formation to shake violently. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, Earth Yuan launched a few more attacks, but Zichen dodged them all with his extreme speed. Earth Yuan's attacks contained the power of rules. Once they hit Zichen, he would be killed in one hit. His body was not strong enough to resist the power of rules. Kid, do you only know how to run? Earth Yuan missed a few times, and at the same time, he sensed that Zichen was even faster than him. He was slightly shocked. Zichen did not say a word, and dodged again with his extreme speed. If you try to run again, I will destroy your Wuji sect first. Unfortunately, he could not touch Zichen, not even the corner of his clothes. Earth Yuan could only threaten him. As you wish. Zichen, who had been dodging, suddenly turned around and rushed towards Earth Yuan. Earth Yuan sneered. His attacks contained the power of rules again, and he was determined to kill Zichen in one hit. Die! The sharp attack landed on Zichen's face. Clang! A sword steel appeared in front of Zichen at the right time, blocking the attack for him. At the same time, the other sword steels whistled and smashed towards Earth Yuan. Kid, you still want to use the same move? Let me tell you, it is useless against me. Earth Yuan sneered, and easily launched one attack after another with the power of rules. Every time an attack appeared, a sword steel would be knocked away. Clang! 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 Sword steels were knocked away one after another. Attacks containing the power of rules were extremely terrifying. Ordinary things would break upon contact, and even spirit weapons would not be able to block them. Only sword steels could block Earth Yuan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the 8 sword steels were knocked away. They didn't cause any trouble for the Earth Yuan realm cultivator. His face that had regained its original appearance had a sinister smile on it. I told you it's useless. Today is the day you die. Is it really useless? Just when Earth Yuan had made up his mind to kill Zichen, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice belonged to Zichen, who was at the Earth origin stage. With a shout, he turned around and attacked. This attack contained the power of rules. As long as it hit Zichen, Zichen would die. Chapter 1065. It was a dragon's head that was emitting a bright golden light. There were golden electric snakes running around its body. It was just a majestic dragon's head and there was nothing special about it. Logically speaking, earthly realm cultivators should not be bothered by it. However, he could feel a mysterious aura from it. This aura was indescribable, but it made him feel a sense of danger. His expression changed instantly and his lightning-fast attack quickly turned into a defensive stance. The dragon's head whizzed down with a force that was not as strong as the sword steel. It first hit the defensive energy that contained the rule energy. Bang! The omnipotent rule energy was nothing in front of the dragon's head. The dragon's head directly destroyed the attack and the rule energy immediately disappeared. At the same time, the dragon's head continued to whiz forward and hit earthly realm cultivator's hands. Immediately after, a clear cracking sound was heard. Earthly realm cultivator's arms were instantly pulled back. Earthly realm cultivator took this opportunity to retreat a dozen steps and avoid the dragon's next attack. What is that? After successfully injuring earthly realm cultivator, everyone's attention was attracted by the dragon's head. However, in their eyes, it was just a normal dragon's head and there was nothing special about it. Why was this dragon's head able to make earthly realm cultivator suffer? After retreating, earthly realm cultivator's face was filled with shock. He had suffered a great loss from the dragon's head, but he still did not understand what the dragon's head was. However, he had a very clear feeling that the dragon's head had a natural destructive effect on the rule energy. His expression was uncertain and at the same time, he became more serious. He no longer underestimated Zichen. With his extreme speed and this strange dragon's head, Zichen definitely had the ability to protect himself. Zichen was slightly surprised that the dragon's head was so powerful. However, he suppressed this surprise in his heart. He had already sensed that the dragon's head was not ordinary, and he decided to take a risk. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His hands tightly grasped the end of the dragon's head, and he took a step forward. He swung the dragon's head and smashed it forward. Kaboom! A huge hole was smashed in the sky. The gold and silver energies started to spread. Zichen did not hesitate to use 2 types of perfect yuan force, causing the power of this attack to increase by several times. The earthly origin realm cultivator struck out with his palm, mobilizing even more rule force. The palm instantly collided with the dragon head, and a violent explosion rang out once again. The void was torn apart, and the black hole extended into the distance. Energy ripples surged out in all directions like waves. The cultivators of the major powers in the distance all ran even further away to hide, fearing that they would be affected by the shockwaves. In the air, the dragon head and the palm imprint were locked in a stalemate. The destructive energy continued to spread, and after a breath of time, the palm imprint directly exploded. At the same time, Zichen tightly grasped onto the dragon head and passed through the surging energy, viciously smashing towards the Earth Yuan stage. Bang! The Earth Origin Realm warrior was pushed back again. Now, he was sure that the dragon head in front of him was extraordinary and had a restraining effect on rules. After the first strike, Zichen struck again. The lightning wings on his back vibrated, displaying extreme speed as he swung the dragon head with all his might. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator started to dodge because the dragon head's power was too terrifying. "Don't dodge, fight me face to face if you can," Zichen coldly sneered. His breathing became more rapid, and his energy consumption was increasing. Being suppressed by a human origin realm cultivator in front of so many people, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator felt humiliated. He coldly snorted, and then mobilized even more rule force, launching a counterattack against Zichen. 2 rays of light constantly flashed in the sky, and one after another, large holes were created in the void. The 2 figures merged and then separated again. Puff! In the air, the sound of flesh being attacked continuously rang out, and blood mist and blood rain fell from the sky. There was golden blood rain, and red blood mist. No matter which side it was, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. In a direct confrontation, Zichen actually injured the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After another explosion, the 2 separated again. This time, they did not take the initiative to attack each other. Zichen gasped for breath, and the sweat on his body mixed with blood dripped down. Whether it was activating the sword steel or activating the dragon head, both consumed a lot of energy. After several exchanges, the yuan power in Zichen's abdomen was showing signs of depletion. However, Zichen's exhaustion was not in vain. The clothes of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator in front of him were torn in many places, and one could see fine wounds through his clothes. In addition, Zichen had used the dragon head to break half of his opponent's ribs. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's face became gloomy. After several fierce exchanges, he had to admit that he could not kill Zichen, who had the dragon head, by himself. If he was not careful, he might even die here. Just as he was thinking about whether he should ask for help, the void in front of him exploded, and the surrounding spiritual chi formed a storm, rushing towards Zichen. This was the special ability of the spiritual body, and it was not afraid of consumption. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator naturally knew this. Let's delay for a while. They should be here soon. If I send the signal now, I will be ridiculed. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator immediately made up his mind, and rushed towards Zichen again. Zichen stood in the middle of the spiritual chi storm, and seeing the Earth Origin Realm cultivator approaching, he clenched the dragon head in his hand and smashed it towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Boom! The void shattered again, and a terrifying lightning force surged in the black hole, and the Earth Origin Realm cultivator rushed out in a sorry state. Zichen's spiritual chi ended at this moment, and his injuries were almost healed. The yuan power in abdomen was filled again, and he was almost at his peak state. Therefore, another battle ensued. However, this battle was destined to be a close match. Zichen could not kill the Earth Origin Realm Cultivator, and the Earth Origin Realm Cultivator could not kill Zichen with the power of the rules. For a human origin stage cultivator to have the battle prowess of an Earth Origin stage cultivator, this was extremely inconceivable to the crowd. Normally, these cultivators would be terrified, but today, they were only shocked and surprised, not fearful. This was because they did not only have one Earth Origin Realm cultivator, but many of them. As long as they could hold on for a while, Zichen would be dead for sure when the other Earth Origin Realm cultivators arrived. Because of this, they were not anxious or worried. Only the Earth Origin Realm cultivators were furious. If there were no accidents, this battle would last until the other Earth Origin Realm cultivators arrived. Then, they would work together to kill Zichen and destroy the Wuji sect, until the last person was killed, and the mission would be completed perfectly. However, as long as one lived in this world, there would always be accidents, big and small. And right now, there was one such accident. Think of a way to bring him here. An old voice sounded in Zichen's mind, and at the same time, a dot was marked in Zichen's mind. It was a location. Below this location was the alchemy peak of the Wuji sect. The one who just transmitted the message was the Wuji Cauldron Spirit, the senior who had lived for countless years. Zichen had complete trust in the Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, in the following battle, Zichen began to retreat without leaving a trace. His body swept past the mountain gate, and gradually retreated towards the dot. During this time, the energy shockwaves from the two's attacks caused ripples to appear on the great defensive formation below. As if sensing that this was a trap, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator became extremely vigilant, and actually did not take the initiative to move forward. Zichen's expression was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's lack of vigilance was abnormal. While restraining the Earth Origin Realm cultivator, he transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Demonic ape, do it. A ripple of light appeared on the great defensive formation, and the demonic ape, who had long been prepared, turned into a beam of black light and rushed out. Knowing that he only had one chance to attack, he naturally displayed all his potential in an instant. His body moved at a speed not inferior to Zichen's, and arrived within 5 meters of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Pitch black energy appeared out of thin air like chains, and then coiled around the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body with the agility of a spirit serpent. After activating the confinement ability, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator felt that the energy in his body actually began to go out of control at that moment. However, this situation only lasted for a short instant. It was so fast that it felt like an illusion. However, this was not an illusion. Just as Zichen shouted the 2 words demonic ape, he had already rushed towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. After activating the confinement ability, the demonic ape had already arrived in front of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. The two were very close to each other. Zichen swung the dragon's head and smashed it towards the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head. The dragon's head was right in front of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head in an instant. The Earth Origin Realm cultivator was unable to dodge the attack. Although the dragon's head was terrifying, it was simply unrealistic for it to kill an Earth Origin Realm cultivator with a single strike. Therefore, when the Earth Origin Realm cultivator saw that there was no way to dodge the attack, he did not panic. He calmly raised his hand, and before the dragon's head reached him, he mobilized the Edict of Nature to the greatest extent and struck a blow towards Zichen's chest. Pun! The 2 attacks landed on the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body at almost the same time. Blood spurted out from the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's head as he was sent flying. Zichen's chest was fiercely attacked. Under the powerful impact, the dragon's head in his hand was knocked away. His entire body was sent flying high into the sky. Golden blood was like raindrops as it sprinkled down from Zichen's body. Ha ha! The Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body landed on the ground, almost smashing into the formation. Meanwhile, Zichen was sent flying into the air. The two could be said to be one on top of the other. However, Zichen was clearly in a much more miserable state than the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. Moreover, this attack could very well have seriously injured Zichen. Therefore, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator could not help but laugh out loud. However, his laughter quickly stopped, as if someone was strangling his neck. This was because the seal below had suddenly been broken. A resonant dragon's roar sounded out from below. Immediately, a boundless flame transformed into a fire dragon as it rushed out from the everlasting pill cauldron. It opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow the Earth Origin Realm cultivator. The fire dragon bit onto half of the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's body before it rushed towards the everlasting pill cauldron. During this time, the Earth Origin Realm cultivator's legs continuously flailed as if he was struggling. However, it was to no avail. Clang! Chapter 1066. Blue flames rose from the ground and smoke spewed out from the cauldron. This scene was extremely similar to the scene of alchemy. The earthly yuan stage was swallowed into the cauldron by the fire dragon. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief as they wondered if the earthly yuan stage was going to be used as a material to be refined. This was an unimaginable scene, extremely shocking. Bang, bang. A sound came from the cauldron. It was the earthly yuan stage that was unwillingly hitting the cauldron. However, this kind of powerful attack could only be heard and could not move the cauldron at all. After all, this was the everlasting pill cauldron, the everlasting sect's most precious treasure. Zichen, you despicable person, let me out. Let me out and fight me head on. Despicable person, do you dare to fight me head on? The earthly yuan stage's furious voice came from the cauldron, along with various other sounds of hitting. Zichen's figure appeared in the air with the help of the devil ape. He looked down at the cauldron and coldly said, "If we were at the same level, I would be able to kill you in one blow. You are not worthy of fighting me head on." Another bang came from the cauldron, followed by the earthly yuan stage's voice. "Shameless, despicable, you idiots! Hurry up and send the signal for reinforcements." Before the earthly yuan stage could finish his words, the entire cauldron lit up with a ray of light. This ray of light enveloped the entire cauldron. Immediately, the sounds of hitting from the cauldron disappeared along with the earthly yuan stage's voice. An endless amount of earthly fire completely engulfed the cauldron. The previously opened formation in the sky was activated once again, until it completely covered the alchemy peak. Everything returned to normal, except for the earthly yuan stage's figure. Everyone was completely stunned. If no accident or miracle happened, the earthly yuan stage would never be able to come out again. Yet, a human yuan stage had actually killed an earthly yuan stage. Just thinking about it made them feel that this was an extremely inconceivable matter. This was an inconceivable miracle, a miracle that made some people happy and some sad. While everyone was still in shock, the three spiritual bodies were the first to react. One of them had a shocked expression on his face as he shouted at Zichen. "Zichen, how dare you scheme against an earthly origin stage cultivator? Do you know what kind of trouble you've brought to the Wuji sect? Hurry up and release the Earth Origin stage cultivators. Do you want the entire Wuji sect to be destroyed?" Another person threatened. Looking at the three of them, Zichen's face was filled with mockery as he said, "Haven't we already become mortal enemies? Also, aren't you here to destroy my Wuji sect? Why does it matter if he dies or not?" Dense killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes as his words faded. The same was true for the devil ape beside him. Below them, even more killing intent surged. When it came to a battle of life and death, who would be destroyed would be another matter altogether. Not only did the Wuji sect's dense killing intent not frighten the spirits, but it also infuriated them. One of them shouted, "Zichen, don't be complacent. You've only killed an Earth Origin stage cultivator. Let me tell you, we didn't send just one Earth Origin stage cultivator this time. There are 8 of us. Do you understand what this means? Let me tell you, even if the gods help you today, you'll still die. Then, the spirit said loudly, send a signal to the others. Zichen was stunned by the spirit's words. The killing intent on his body vanished in an instant. At the same time, the faces of the cultivators below were filled with astonishment. There was also a trace of fear and panic within the astonishment. As for the extremely dense and firm killing intent from before, it had completely vanished. They naturally didn't fear this army in a battle of strength, but if there were 7 Earth Origin Stage cultivators, they didn't have any confidence at all. Earth Origin Stage cultivators were known as Inhumans. In front of Inhumans, how could they be a match? Originally, Zichen was wondering why there was only one Earth Origin Stage cultivator. Now that he heard this, he was relieved. He frowned and thought about how to deal with the 7 Earth Origin Stage cultivators, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of a way. In the face of powerful force, all schemes and tricks were useless. The signal was sent to the sky with a sharp whistle. They believed that the Earth Origin Stage cultivators would arrive soon, and the Wuji sect would be destroyed very soon. It was only a step away from the Saint's burial ground completely appearing in front of the world. The 7 earthly Yuan realm warriors had been searching around the area for a long time. They had found a few places with solid bodies, but they were unable to enter. It was as if those bodies were in another world. Even though they had used some of the power of the rules, they were still unable to enter. Just when the 7 of them didn't know what was going on and wanted to wait here for the Saint's burial ground to appear so that they could be the first to investigate, 4 Earth Origin Stage cultivators suddenly appeared. Among the 4, there were 2 men and 2 women, facing them from afar. Naturally, the 7 of them were surprised to see Earth Origin Stage cultivators in this area. The 2 sides had been staring at each other for a long time, but no one spoke. During this time, they heard the sound of energy explosions, but they guessed that it was caused by the attack on the Wuji sect, so they didn't pay much attention to it. They should be an external force targeting the Wuji sect. I didn't expect them to really come, and 7 of them at once. The Wuji sect is really in danger this time. The 2 men and 2 women were from the Floating Mist sect and the Moon Pavilion respectively. They were also here to investigate the Saint's burial ground, because they had a feeling that the Saint's burial ground was going to appear soon. They didn't expect to meet these Earth Origin Stage cultivators here. As for why they didn't go to the Wuji sect but came here first, even an idiot could guess that it was because of that extraordinary pressure. On the other side, the 7 Earth Origin Stage cultivators were discussing. The Wuji sect definitely doesn't have Earth Origin Stage cultivators. They are not from the Wuji sect. They should be from some mysterious force. One of them said. The 7 of us can definitely kill them, but we can't guarantee that they will try their best to take 2 of us with them. So, should we kill them or not? Looking at the 4 people in front of them, the 7 of them hesitated, not knowing if they should attack or not. Suddenly, a sharp signal came from the sky. It's a signal. The 7 of them raised their heads. After seeing the signal, their expressions changed. It's a signal for help. Something must have happened. Let's go and check it out. The 7 of them glanced at the 4 people in the distance coldly, then turned into beams of light and flew toward the Wuji sect. The battle between Earth Origin Stage cultivators was unusual. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Plus, if one of them wanted to run, no one could stop him. Therefore, after hearing the signal, the 7 of them gave up the idea of attacking. It's from the Wuji sect. Seeing the direction of the signal, the 4 of them changed their expressions immediately. Let's go and check it out. No matter what happened, we have to help them. The 4 of them followed closely behind, turning into beams of light. Outside the Wuji sect, Zichen's injuries had recovered in a short period of time. During this time, he swallowed a highly effective elixir and activated a recovery ability. The demon ape stood beside Zichen, holding the black stick in his hand. He looked ahead cautiously, but his attention was in the distance. One had to know that the other party had said that there were 7 Earth Origin Stage cultivators. The Wuji sect could only deal with 1 Earth Origin Stage cultivator, let alone 7. Moreover, there were strong and weak earthly yuan stage cultivators. The previous one didn't use any spatial confinement technique, so he was obviously the weakest one. It took him so long to deal with the weakest one. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult it would be to deal with the other 7. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to deal with them. During this time, Zichen asked Wang Qiong to send a message for help. What happened? The 7 Earth Origin stage cultivators arrived and shouted from afar. Sir, they... A spirit body went up to greet him and reported the battle as quickly as possible. What, they were on par with Feng Mu? And Feng Mu was refined as a material. After hearing what happened, the 7 of them were obviously shocked. Obviously, both the dragon head and the cauldron were extraordinary existences. For a moment, the 7 of them had different ideas. The sound of something breaking through the air came again. Then, 4 figures flew from afar, heading straight for Zichen. Seniors. Seeing the 4 Earth Origin stage warriors, Zichen let out a sigh of relief. 4 allies had arrived in time, so it was not impossible for them to win this battle. Zichen, what happened? One of the floating mist sect's Earth Origin stage cultivators asked. They wanted to destroy my Wuji sect. I killed an Earth Origin stage cultivator. Zichen explained simply. A strange look flashed across the 4's eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock. To be able to kill an Earth Origin stage cultivator was enough to prove how extraordinary the Wuji sect was. After a simple exchange, the 7 Earth Origin stage cultivators walked to the front. They ignored Zichen and looked at the 4 Earth Origin stage cultivators. Do you know who we are? The man who asked Zichen a moment ago chuckled. What, you want to use your status to pressure us before we even fight? We are not using our status to pressure you. We are telling you that a wise man submits to circumstances. Today, our target is the Wuji sect. If you try to interfere, then your family or sect will suffer the wrath of our clan. I believe that there are not many clans in the world that can withstand our wrath. The man coldly said. Is this a threat? This is the truth. Haha, what a good truth. What if we insist on interfering? Then wait for the wrath of the major factions to engulf your sect or clan. Plus, you only have 4 people. We have 7 people. The outcome of this battle will be decided in a single glance. The Earth Origin stage cultivator from the floating mist sect did not mind at all. He waved his hand and said, Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. In contrast to the floating mist sect's arrogance, the 2 girls from the Moonlight Pavilion were silent. However, they did not back down. Their resolute expressions showed their determination. Ignorant. Kill them. 7 against 4. Let's see how you die. The Earth Origin stage cultivators from the major factions were finally enraged. They prepared to surround and attack. Chapter 1067. When Zichen said 7 versus 7, he didn't mean 7 versus 7. Instead, he wanted to find some people to deal with 7 earthly yuan stage practitioners. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 7 earthly yuan stage practitioners were not beyond his imagination. The earthly yuan stage was beyond the limits of mortals. It was a whole new realm and a whole new world. In this world, there were naturally strong and weak, normal and strong. The weakest was the earthly yuan stage practitioner who was swallowed by the fire dragon. He had just broken through to the earthly yuan stage and only knew how to use the power of the rules. This kind of practitioner had already touched the rules and was extremely powerful in the eyes of mortals. They were almost like gods. However, without the ability to control space, they were at the bottom of the pack. In the earthly yuan stage, this kind of practitioner was the weakest. The stronger one was the demon that sealed Zichen. That kind of practitioner could already control space and was not an ordinary practitioner in the earthly yuan stage. If there was such a practitioner among the 7 earthly yuan stage practitioners, the Wuji sect would have been wiped out today. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to fight against the 4 strongest ones. Zichen sent a voice transmission for help. A loud laugh came from the mouth of the floating mist sect's earthly yuan stage practitioner. There is no strongest one here. The difference in cultivation between the two sides is not big. They are all in the first stage. As for the second stage, they don't have the time to come here and kill a small sect. As he finished speaking, the four of them rushed forward and fought the four earthly yuan stage practitioners. The four of them led the other four away from the battlefield and fought in the sky. At the same time, Zichen also spread out his lightning wings and controlled the 8 sword steels to rush towards an earthly yuan stage practitioner. He wanted to use his own strength to block the attack of an earthly yuan stage practitioner. He didn't want to kill the opponent, but only wanted to restrain him. Of the 7 earthly yuan stage practitioners, 5 had already met their match. There were only 2 left. The devil ape held the black stick and rushed into the sky to fight an earthly yuan stage practitioner. This earthly yuan stage practitioner was a middle-aged man in a black robe. When he saw the devil ape, his face was filled with mockery. A mere middle-stage human yuan stage practitioner dared to fight him. This was simply courting death. He raised his hand and pressed downwards. A terrifying palm print appeared in the sky and pressed down on the devil ape. This palm contained the power of rules. It was so powerful that it was almost impossible for the demonic ape at the middle stage of the human primordial realm to withstand it. However, just as he struck out with his palm, Earth Yuan Jing felt a chill behind him, and within that chill, there was a trace of danger. This was the qi that he was most familiar with. Before he reached the Earth Yuan stage, he had suffered a lot from this kind of qi. He had been in danger many times. Sensing this familiar killing intent once again, his expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and threw out an attack behind him. Pooh! Monstrous killing intent surged out crazily at this moment. A blood-red light burst out and a stone sword with boundless killing intent flashed and disappeared. Seeing the scratch on his shoulder, the Earth Yuan disciple's face darkened. He had sensed that the assassin's cultivation level was also in the middle stage of the mortal Yuan realm, but he had been wounded by such a small fry. It was humiliating. Humiliation. I want you to die! The Earth Yuan disciple roared. He immediately released his perception and extracted the power of rules in the air. Zhang Haotian's hidden figure was immediately discovered. Following that, the Earth Yuan disciple launched a powerful attack towards a certain direction. However, just as the attack appeared, he sensed a vast qi coming from above his head. He raised his head and saw that several array flags had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the array flags had been lit up. A psychedelic light shrouded him, and from the array flags, terrifying attacks were released one after another. Taking advantage of the moment when LV Peng launched his attack, Zhang Haotian cleverly dodged the attack. However, the demonic ape had also dodged the attack by relying on its extreme speed. LV Peng, Zhang Haotian, and the demonic ape worked together to pin down an Earth Yuan disciple. However, the 3 of them were obviously at a disadvantage, and were chased away by the Earth Yuan disciple. Haha, they're all gone. I'm the only one left. Do you want me to break through the great defensive spell? The 6 Earth Yuan disciples all had their own opponents, so there was only one left. He laughed loudly. The space above the Earth Yuan disciple's head suddenly split open. Following that, a ferocious head appeared. It was a ferocious and terrifying head. After it appeared, it shot towards the Earth Yuan disciple like a lightning snake. Just a human Yuan disciple. Facing the Black Tortoise's attack, the Earth Yuan disciple didn't care. He raised his hands and used the power of rules to attack above his head. Bang! The 2 powerful forces collided in the air, causing a loud explosion. The Earth Yuan disciple's power of rules was instantly shattered by a powerful force. However, at the same time, the Black Tortoise's head also retracted like a lightning bolt. However, it wasn't over yet. Just as the Black Tortoise's head retracted, a figure formed by lightning appeared above the Earth Yuan disciple. It was an extremely handsome young man at the middle stage of the human Yuan disciple. His hands were tightly grasping a dragon head that was surging with lightning, and he smashed it down towards the Earth Yuan disciple's head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Earth Yuan disciple's head was smashed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Earth Yuan disciple's body also fell down uncontrollably and heavily hit the ground. In the air, when the Thunder Spirit saw that its attack actually had such an obvious effect, a complacent expression immediately appeared on its face. It said to Zichen in the distance, "Did you see that? I knew that this thing can only display its true power in my hands." Boom! The sky shook at this moment. A giant creature fell from the sky. It was a black tortoise. Its body was as big as a mountain. The tortoise's back was covered with sharp barbs like a sharp weapon. The black tortoise was already at the human Yuan disciple level when Zichen was still in the air. It had lived for countless years. Zichen's strength had increased by 2 whole stages. The black tortoise couldn't be justified if it still didn't break through. It was at the peak of the human Yuan disciple level, also known as the completion of the human Yuan disciple level. It was only 1 step away from the Earth Yuan disciple level. It was the real strongest cultivator of the Wuji sect. After the black tortoise revealed its true form, an extremely violent qi was released from its body. Sensing this qi, all the Earth origin stage cultivators looked at the black tortoise. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected that the Wuji sect would have such a powerful cultivator. As one of the pure-blooded ancient beasts, even if it wasn't at the Earth Yuan disciple level, it definitely had the power to fight against an Earth Yuan disciple. They thought it was going to be an easy battle. They didn't expect that something unexpected would happen and make the battle more difficult. The cultivators who were watching from afar were also shocked by the black tortoise's shocking appearance. At this moment, the Wuji sect's power had completely surpassed the human Yuan disciple level. If they didn't have an Earth Yuan disciple with them, they would have suffered a great loss. On the ground, the Earth Yuan disciple rushed up to the sky. Although his face was still bloody, as long as his mind wasn't damaged, he wouldn't die. Die! He shouted and rushed towards the black tortoise like a madman. The black tortoise stretched out its claws and slapped downward. This attack didn't contain the power of the rules, but the powerful force tore the space apart. It seemed to be even more powerful than the Earth Yuan disciple's attack. The only difference between the two was the power of the rules. The 2 forces collided, and an explosion sounded again. The black tortoise's powerful attack completely blocked the power of the rules. In the midst of the explosion, the power of the rules was dissolved, and the power of the rules was also dissipated. At the same time, the powerful force pushed the Earth Yuan disciple down. On the contrary, the black tortoise's body only shook a little, and it easily dissolved this powerful attack. Again! The Thunder Spirit shouted. Its body appeared in the sky like a ghost. It waved its dragon head again and smashed towards the Earth Yuan disciple's head. Even though he had reacted in advance, such a hasty attack was still broken by the Thunder Spirit. Once again, the Thunder Spirit hit the head of the Earth Origin Stage cultivator. His body swayed 3 times and fell to the ground once again. The battle was 7 against 7. The Demon Ape's side was at a disadvantage. They could only passively defend and wait for an opportunity to attack. However, the Black Tortoise's side had the upper hand. The other battles were still undecided. However, it seemed that the battle was a draw. The group of Origin Realm cultivators from the Wuji sect had joined forces and managed to pin down 3 Earth Origin Realm cultivators. This was truly unbelievable and shocking. At the same time, they couldn't help but imagine that if someone like this could be so powerful in the mortal realm, then once he broke through to the Earth Origin Realm, he would probably be able to defeat everyone in the same realm. The Boundless sect was actually home to so many individuals with such great potential. It was hard not to be startled and apprehensive. On the Demon Ape's side, the 3 of them couldn't hold on any longer. They were only in the mid-mortal realm. It was already impressive that they could hold back an Earth Yuan disciple for a while. The 3 of them had consumed a lot of energy, and they were already injured. If they continued, they would die. The Demon Ape said, "We can't hold on any longer. Attack first, and then switch." The other 2 didn't say anything, but their cold expressions said it all. Among the 3 of them, the Demon Ape was the first to attack. He mobilized all the demon chi in his body and approached the Earth Yuan disciple at an extreme speed. Then, he used the confinement technique on his opponent. The Earth Yuan disciple's body was sealed by the demon Qi chains. The energy in his body went out of control. However, just like before, the confinement technique could only last for a short time, but it was enough for the other two to launch an all-out attack. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights shot out from the formation flag and slashed towards the Earth Yuan disciple. At the same time, a wave of murderous intent arrived in front of the Earth Yuan disciple. An extremely sharp stone sword pierced towards the Earth Yuan disciple's heart. Puff! The stone sword had only pierced an inch into the Earth Yuan disciple's heart when it encountered a great resistance. Then, a powerful shockwave blasted Zhang Haotian away. The stone sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. The sword light attacks launched by LV Ping were also shattered by the powerful shockwave. However, those sword lights also made the Earth Yuan disciple look extremely miserable. Being put in such a miserable state by 3 ants, the Earth Yuan disciple's anger had reached its limit. Therefore, in his fury, he launched his most powerful attack at the 3 of them. But who would have thought that after the 3 of them launched this attack, their bodies flashed, and they completely retreated from the battle. In the next moment, the Wuji sect's great protective array began to tremble. Then, a light shadow rushed out. After the light shadow rushed out, it turned into a giant beast. It was a strange beast with a dragon head and a tiger body. It was known as the Dragon Tiger Sovereign. Chapter 1068. Wherever Longhu passed, the void would shatter, and a large black hole would appear. Bloodqi surged, and an endless golden light lit up the sky. The Supreme Beast's aura swept across the sky, and there seemed to be a trace of the power of the rules of order within the aura. Boom! Longhu's huge body crashed into the earthly Yuan realm, and a black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, there was a raging spatial turbulence. Longhu's attack was powerful, but the speed of his attack was extremely fast. It was a sneak attack, and the earthly Yuan realm did not even have time to react. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, and Longhu's huge body was also pushed back a few meters. Longhu was only at the middle stage of the human realm, and his strength was not strong. However, the aura of a supreme beast was enough to shock everyone. He stood in the air, and his body seemed to be made of gold. The devil ape and the others quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield and recovering from their injuries as soon as possible. Longhu looked fierce, but there was a huge gap between their realms, and he could not hold on for long. Longhu appeared in the sky, and then a tiger roar resounded. A white tiger with wings appeared from the seal below. It was the flying divine tiger. After it appeared, it did not engage in close combat like Longhu, but directly used its innate ability. An illusionary figure appeared behind it, which shrouded the sky and the sun. It was said to be the ancestor of the flying godly tiger tribe. The white tiger's shadow's eyes were cold. As the flying divine tiger attacked, the huge shadow also reached out its claws and slapped towards the earthly Yuan realm. This claw naturally tore the space apart, and it carried a terrifying aura. If there was some more power of the rules of order, it could definitely kill the earthly Yuan realm. Ha! The earthly Yuan realm shouted, and started to extract the power of the rules of order from the void, and directed it towards the tiger claw. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the power of the rules of order from the tiger claw and the earthly Yuan realm dissipated. Another huge hole appeared in the sky, but it quickly healed. The flying divine tiger's powerful appearance shocked everyone. However, after that attack, it had used up a lot of its energy, and it looked slightly dispirited. Fortunately, it was only a temporary restraint, and there was no need for him to risk his life. By the time the Earth Origin Realm warriors reacted, the dragon tiger and the flying tiger were already at a disadvantage. Colorful blood sprinkled down from the sky, and the two beasts were also injured. They were exhausted and could not hold on any longer. Change people! Hurry up and change people! The flying god tiger, who was coughing up blood, hurriedly shouted. You won't be able to escape! The earthly Yuan boundary coldly shouted as he chased after the flying divine tiger. Hallucinatory light suddenly appeared around the Earth origin realm. It was LV Peng who had activated the array. The flying divine tiger had successfully escaped, and Longhu had also retreated. Then, the three who had completely recovered stepped forward. The battle had reached a stalemate once again. 7 against 7. 7 Earth origin stage warriors didn't even have the slightest advantage. It was unbelievable. However, in their opinion, the current situation was already the limit of the Wuji sect. Even a human origin stage cultivator could break this deadlock, let alone an Earth origin stage. On their side, there were still 3 spiritual bodies. Naturally, they could break the stalemate. Unfortunately, the Earth origin stage warriors were all prideful. None of them were willing to let the 3 spiritual bodies fight. However, since the 3 of them were spiritual bodies, they were naturally knowledgeable. They could see that the battle had reached a stalemate, and it was time for them to make a move. Kill! 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 3 shouts rang out as the 3 spiritual bodies rushed towards the battlefield. They could see that the 3 spiritual bodies were the first to attack. As long as they could restrain the 3 spiritual bodies, they would be able to free up an Earth origin stage warrior and completely change the situation. However, just as the 3 of them moved, a sharp sword aura shot out from the mountain gate. The sword aura headed straight for one of the spirit bodies. After the spirit body shattered the sword aura, he saw a beautiful woman in white appear in front of him. The lady was Wang Xianer. She held a spirit weapon in her hand. She looked at the spiritual body in front of her and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." A cold light flashed in the spiritual body's eyes. However, before he could say anything, the long sword in Wang Xianer's hand trembled. The sound of the sword rang out as a sharp sword technique was fully displayed. This was a sword technique that she had comprehended from the sword's steel. Its power was naturally not weak. Although it wasn't enough to kill a spiritual body, it was enough to restrain him. Out of the 3 spirit bodies, one was being held back. This was already unbelievable enough. But then, 2 more beams of light flashed. In front of the other 2 spirit bodies, there were 2 beautiful women. One of them was emitting a misty light. It looked like she was wearing a layer of moonlight. Her face was beautiful, but the aura around her was too cold. There was an aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. The other one was wearing a green robe. Her eyes were big and clear, like a pure green lotus. However, this was only her appearance. At this moment, there was an aura that made most people feel danger surging in her body. After that, the battle started. The 3 of them perfectly explained to the world that their combat strength was just like their appearance. They couldn't be ignored. The 3 spiritual bodies were actually restrained for a short period of time. The 3 of them had already made their moves. Su Mengyao appeared. She stood in the void and looked forward calmly. Once one of the 3 sisters lost, she would release a ray of energy in advance to help her. The 4 beauties, whose realms were not very high, were able to pin down 3 invincible spirit bodies in the late stage of the mortal core realm. It was unbelievable. With beauties fighting, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Not only were the 4 beauties beautiful, but they were also very powerful. Everyone was in awe of them. The battle was once again at a stalemate. The earthly origin realm experts were so angry that they stomped their feet. At the same time, they were shocked. The 4 earthly origin realm experts who came to help were also shocked. They never thought that the Wuji sect had grown to such a level. So what? You are still going to die? The earthly origin realm expert roared and launched one powerful attack after another. Although it was a stalemate, Zichen's side had too many mortal origin realm experts. There would be a time when they would be exhausted and couldn't be replaced. When that time came, it would be time for them to launch a desperate counterattack. Right now, all they needed was a loophole. However, even if they won the fight, it would still be a shame for them to find a loophole in the human origin stage. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, the old voice that would decide the outcome of the battle sounded again. "All right, that's enough." It was the voice of the Cauldron Spirit. The moment the voice sounded, the Wuji sect experts became excited. Victory or defeat was decided at this moment. The Black Tortoise, who had the upper hand in the clash with the earthly origin realm experts, suddenly retracted all 4 of its limbs and head into its shell after hearing the voice. Then, it manipulated the shell, made a half circle in the air, drew a perfect arc in the air, and smashed towards the earthly origin realm expert. The earthly origin realm expert's expression changed greatly as he tried his best to block the attack. Bang! The precepts were shattered. The enormous tortoise shell was sent flying and smashed into a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak instantly shattered. The earthly origin realm expert was also sent flying several hundred meters away. Let me! The Thunder Spirit's voice sounded. It controlled the dragon's head and smashed it towards the earthly origin realm expert. Scram! The earthly origin realm expert roared. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already prepared himself for the Thunder Spirit's attack. This time, he used even more precepts to hit the dragon's head. The powerful energy dispersed the lightning on the dragon's head. Then, the Thunder Spirit and the Lightning Dragon were sent flying. With his Earth origin stage body, he was only pushed back 2 meters, which was almost negligible. At this moment, he was at least a few miles away from Medicine Refinery Peak. It was unrealistic for him to lure the other party over or fight his way over. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. The earthly origin realm expert felt the sky suddenly darken. He subconsciously looked up. Immediately, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with shock. A dragon appeared in the sky. It was an azure dragon that was emitting an endless amount of azure light. The azure dragon's body was extremely huge. At a glance, it was probably more than 10,000 meters long. At this moment, its huge body was hidden in the clouds. The majestic dragon's head was staring at the earthly origin realm expert. The pressure that belonged to a totem beast swept across the land. Dragon, it was a real dragon. The appearance of the real dragon in the sky shocked the earthly origin realm expert. At the same time, it also shocked the big forces. Seeing the real dragon in the sky and feeling the pressure that came from the soul, they all had the urge to kneel down and worship it. After the dragon's roar, the azure dragon moved. It stirred up the clouds in the sky. As the clouds rolled, a huge wave of energy swept across the sky and hit the earthly origin realm expert fiercely. A thick dragon tail pierced through the clouds and hit the earthly origin realm expert's body with unparalleled power. It caused a loud bang. The sound was like thunder, shocking everyone. However, the destructive power of the dragon tail was far from what the earthly origin realm expert had imagined. Suddenly, he remembered that the azure dragon was only at the human origin realm. He hated himself for losing control of himself. The attack of the dragon tail was not enough to kill him. The earthly origin realm expert's expression returned to normal in an instant. However, his body was pushed back by the impact of the dragon's tail. While he was flying back, his rule force was also neutralizing the power of the dragon's tail. He was sent flying for a few miles. The earthly origin realm expert's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling. However, at that moment, a light shadow appeared beside him. It was Zichin. Zichin, who appeared, started to mobilize the 2 perfect Yuan forces in his body. He then directed the Yuan forces into his arms, clasped his hands together, and hit the earthly origin realm expert's abdomen. Bang! After the hit, the earthly origin realm expert's body paused in the air for a moment. Then, his body fell straight down like a cannonball. The sect protection formation was activated at that moment. 2 fire dragons intertwined with each other and flew up into the sky, bearing their fangs and claws at the earthly origin realm expert. No! His body was completely out of control. The earthly origin realm expert couldn't help but scream when he thought of Feng Mu's fate. He kept on mobilizing his rule force to stabilize his body, but it was useless. Zichin had used all of his strength in this attack. Although it was not enough to kill the earthly origin realm expert, it was enough to send him flying for a few hundred meters. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.